Okay. So we're ready to start the consent calendar. Yes, that's C1. Yeah, that's the Jacobs is number one. Yes.
I apologize in advance on having latency issues with the computer.
Okay, this is it. So, okay, Tom, so can you leave? What happened?
Oh, I have to share the screen.
Okay.
Give me just a second. It's just, this is not me. It's being.
Do we have a pointer for Tom or
I
eraser?
have a bag full of ones.
Okay. In case you want to show some. Yeah, so last time we had
See, hopefully one of them with the batteries are working. One of them must be. It's like a treasure hunt.
Yeah, I don't know what happens. I think
There, we got it. It's this now.
That's actually the mic, the speaker, or the
the
microphone.
speakers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it picks up everything. So Tom, last time we had this one comment and it says, project has responded well to prior comments. So big question, what did you change? Have you changed anything?
No, I'm just the N-word, no.
Correct answer. Okay, let's move on to the next pages. But do we have anything on the site? Any same thing?
No, exactly. No changes.
Okay, keep going. So we have the elevations there, and we saw them, we like them, and then there are more elevations. Next page, right? There's more. There's
And
side. Yeah, keep going. Yeah, and I read the notes online, and everything seems to be fine. Do you have any details or anything else? Or
yes, we do. As a matter of fact, we have a colored material sheet.
Keep going.
That's it.
What?
That's the last page.
Alex,
Yeah.
the address.
There should be a
Say that again.
set of colored materials and should be details.
We previously discussed.
You said those here, planner?
Yes.
Actually,
Actually, no. I think I uploaded them to Box.
Oh, that's
Oh, it's
that's the
an
problem.
alternate.
Because you shouldn't have access to a box or the upload folder. So
I think it's fine. I mean, I think they're using
That's where they are on Box.
there's something on the planner.
I mean, Box is pretty accessible if you want to.
to.
in there.
They have like a hatch,
So-
like an encroachment.
this is an issue with the zoning calendar. Like, so once you submit your initial submission, they should close that off to me
There's no
because
planner memo.
no one's checking that forward after the initial submission. So
Thanks for
you should
letting me
always be
know.
submitting directly to your planner.
Okay,
Well, I did that.
things to match or what?
Yeah, it's all to match, details to match the overhang. It's got they have an existing gutter. We're copying that as a box gutter. And the kind of fat little line that goes at the head of the windows as a detail is being copied. Those are the two salient details. And the colors and materials are all copies. So
We were very happy that it came back with a one-story plan and it works.
it works. It's great. It was maybe should have been that way, but sometimes clients
They need to be
have
convinced.
things to say.
Okay, so do you have any issues or no?
No, I just want to confirm the site work, the driveway and everything is to remain, correct? There's no proposed site work.
Okay, so ready to go then. Okay, good. So we'll approve it at the meeting.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So Antonio Zica's here.
Good morning.
Good
Can you hear
morning. Yes.
Okay, I'm here with the owners, Adrian and Christina Laraldi.
Hello.
There they are. Do you want to read the minutes of the last meeting first, or should we just go through the plan?
Yeah, we have 4 comments. One is that we're happy the way you changed the preliminary plans. The second is detailing of the second story deck on north elevation needs further study. Third is study detailing to ensure waterproofing. That's proofing. And the fourth one is the driveway. I'm sorry, am I getting the right? The correct one, right? Yeah, okay, there it is. Driveway be accurately depicted on plans. And I noticed that you have done most of that. Have you changed anything since we last saw this?
No, not really. The only thing I did, I added some flashing at the window and door details, like requested for waterproofing, and I added a little detail on sheet 10 of the deck to wall connection. Sheet 10 detail 9, I believe it is. There it is, door. Detail 9, there it is.
And how about the second story deck? How did you change?
Yeah, if we look at I'm sorry, at sheet, the elevation sheet, 6.
Okay, can you?
So it's that left elevation there. And I think earlier we had a kind of the door was off center on the deck, and the posts were a little spindly, so we thickened them up a little bit and
Right, yes.
on the door.
Yes, you might have widened the deck too, right, perhaps?
Yeah, I think, no, actually, I think it's still 7 feet wide, but now it's centered properly on the.
It didn't change. It's the same size. We just centered the doors as you had requested.
Right.
Good. And all right, and there were any landscape?
I have a brief question on the landscape plan. It's under 2,500 square feet, so you don't have to have your full calcs, but it would be good if you guys noted what type of irrigation you're planning. I imagine it's drip.
Yes, it is drip.
There's just a plan.
Can you enlarge that a little bit?
And are you proposing any landscape lighting?
No.
Okay, all right, all the right answers.
Yeah.
Good answer.
Okay, I think we can move this along, right? Yeah, okay, so we'll approve it at the main meeting, okay? So you're good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. It's Bill Wolf here. It's the hosted edition.
Yes, Alex, I am online, and Sam Maphis is under the other Bill Wolf. So if you want to open.
Yeah, I came online too, so I'm here.
Okay, great. Okay, so let's go to the drawings then. We had no comments. Well conceived and executed project, which is a pretty good comment, I would say.
That's pretty good.
We'll take it.
Okay, let's see. Do we have the drawings on? Okay, here we go. I guess like the critical question, what have you changed since we last saw this? Since it was well conceived and it's,
yeah, we haven't changed anything. We just added all the information for final. So our building colors, our details, our landscape, our colors, lighting, it's all in there now. We had to separate it out because of the file sizes, so you'll see several different packages, but the footprint's the same, the square footage is the same. We'll still.
Nice. Do you have any details? Where would the details be, Bill?
It'd be in on another sheet set, probably. Well, have you scrolled through all these? Are these? Keep scrolling, actually.
Let's see what we see here.
Keep scrolling down to the bottom there.
Okay,
There's
we have
sections.
Okay.
Details should follow that. There's window and door schedules.
And we have some details.
There's
Okay.
details right there, yeah. So we're matching the siding, although we're doing hardy, so because it's a high fire zone, so we're doing a hardy board and bat and a exterior smooth plaster finish, which is what is on the building now. We're gonna do a clad window and door.
And okay, we have, very good. Any landscaping?
Yeah, there's our colors. Yeah, here's the landscape plans. We are adding 2 gates. We have a rolling gate at the back where the garage is and a swing gate at the front. And Sam did those 2 details there. We've gone through Hope Ranch and gotten their approval for final as well. And Sam, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, no, Alex, we've got, our hydro zones, we've got our landscape planting plan, we've got an irrigation plan. This is a remodel. We're adding a pool and some minor grading and terracing up front for that, keeping all the no export. We're adding some privacy screening. We're adding some trees coming up the drive and along Hierba. And essentially just creating a much more useful piece of property for the owners. And then the detached garage, we did have 1 tree that was needed to be removed, and we've got 3 mitigation oak trees to replace that back on the back. We've got good screening so that you don't see the garage doors. We've got existing planting along Tranquilla that remains. So it's just kind of adding a little more charm to a little tired 1950 style home. And the property now is brought up to a much better quality throughout.
Okay, very good. Kaylee?
Sam, I can't, for some reason, I can't zoom in close enough to see how tall the retaining walls are around the pool. Are they, do you know?
Yeah, they're 3 and 4 feet maximum.
Sounds good. I just think it was too.
Yeah, they're small retaining walls that allow that upper lawn and kind of terrace area at the top of the house area. And then we come down a series of steps to get to the pool, which is maybe 7, 8 feet below. So there's 2 small walls to take up that transition and allow some nice planting and a little bit of color. And then privacy along the driveway. We've got a ligustrum texanum hedge that kind of presents privacy to the street and to the driveway if someone's coming up to the guest parking area.
That's good. And are you proposing any landscape lighting?
No, we're not proposing any lighting.
Okay, all right, so we're, all right. No comments, good to go.
Excellent.
Hey,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
okay, so how about Dennis Thompson? Is it Dennis
I'm
Thompson?
here, Alex.
Hi, Dennis.
Morning.
Good morning. Let's see, we have this important comment, well-designed project. Man, we have good designers today. Let's take a look at these drawings. Yeah, that's just basically a small addition, and I saw it before, all details to match. It seems pretty straightforward.
That's right. Details and colors to match,
And no landscape improvements, correct?
and no landscape.
Okay, so that is just that little wing on the top, right? Yeah. Okay, keep going to the elevations. This is these are the existing, right? Yeah, yeah. And the next one will be just the addition, and keep going. That's a remodel, I think, right?
Yeah, the gray zone is remodel.
And keep going. And that's the new roof. Keep going. And that's the elevations. And I think we have details. And we have details.
Yep. Details, just keep going. Light fixture,
Okay. Again, the high fire.
it is.
And you can still bend the eave.
Yeah, the eaves, they're ember-proof eaves,
The Balkan thing.
eave vents.
Okay, very good. Okay, this is ready to go. Okay, very good, Dennis. You're good.
Thank you.
Welcome. Okay, last one. Let's see, Tracy Burnell. And is Tracy here?
Hi, Alex. Yeah, I'm here.
Good, okay, nice improvement. So everybody has good comments here. Wow, okay. We need to deny something. We cannot
We'll
keep,
get to that later.
we cannot keep doing this. Okay, all right, so let's go through the drawings. let's see, nice indoor-outdoor connection. This is just a comment about reducing hardscape around pool and introducing some planters on the pool deck.
So I don't
Hi.
see a landscape set in this set that we have access to.
There you go.
John.
Hi.
Sure.
It's summer. Yeah, you keep going to the elevations and okay, yeah, there's more. There's some more renderings there afterwards.
Yeah, those were the existing elevations. We'll get to the new ones.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, we've seen this before. You did something on the back landing for that back door and the front. Yeah, we've seen this, and let's keep going. There we got some details.
It's got some detached outdoor kitchen and outdoor dining structures, just to remind you. And
Yeah. And keep going. And here are the details. I saw them before, and they're very nice, very well done.
So we did have that comment C that said consider reducing hardscape around pool and introducing some planters around pool deck. I don't see a landscape sheet. Is there one included?
no, we don't have a landscape sheet. We took a look at the rear patio, and the owners are pretty happy with the way it works now and don't really want to change it. That's all existing, and they bought it that way. We're just kind of putting up some cover essentially.
Okay.
And we did, to address the comment about the posts, we did go through a fairly extensive kind of study of stone posts and larger types of posts, and ended up settling on just doing a larger wood post. Basically, we'll have 8x8 posts.
Okay.
Because the view is really spectacular, so we don't want anything too big kind of getting in the way of it more than we need to.
Good enough. Okay, are we good?
Yeah, was there any exterior lighting being added in?
No, there's existing lighting on the house, and so we're just kind of moving those existing fixtures around as needed, but we're not doing anything new, different.
Okay, well, great.
So do you have any details of the existing lighting to verify it meets our current requirements?
I don't have details of the lighting, no.
Okay, because even if you're just moving existing lighting around, it would still need to comply with requirements. So we would want to see that.
Okay.
At least the planner would. I don't know about BAR.
So for BAR, we can just make a comment to confirm that like existing light fixtures are.
Okay, well, can we do that, Alex?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a comment to approve with the condition of the planner verified that the lighting meets the dark sky condition. Okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, very good. Okay, we're ready to go. That concludes the consent calendar.
Thank you.
Time, 9 o'clock. We're
Well
good.
done, well done.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a quorum, so we can call to order the meeting, the SBAR meeting of August 12th, 2022. Beginning with item number 1, public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on an item that's not on the agenda for today? If so, raise your hand. That lately, so that's good. Okay, item 2, agenda status report.
I do have one thing to report. So you may have noticed I did revise the agenda. So item number 3 was inadvertently put on the agenda, and that's why it was replaced with some Jackson Trust project. So staff is asking that item number 3 be dropped from today's agenda.
Do you need a motion for that?
Yeah, let's be formal.
Make a motion to amend the agenda.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Did you also, we spoke yesterday.
Oh, I'm gonna do this during staff update.
Okay. Item 3, the minutes from July 22nd. We will review and modify those.
again, I apologize, we're getting late.
You get what?
Latency in the computer.
Oh, good.
You see me struggling to stall.
Yeah. I think number 3, we may gonna spend a little time on. You're right. Yeah, this one has more stuff.
Is anyone out today? Val or Josh?
So I didn't get emails about it, but I'm not sure if anyone announced something else wrong.
It can create a problem with the next item.
Well, item 3 has a bunch of points, but I can't find any.
It's fine. No, I think it's fine. Yeah. Okay with that?
Yeah.
Before, we had a lot of
Architectural style is beautiful. We're getting so affectionate.
Yeah, I think what happened on that meeting that I think was important is that the planner clarified that the county does not protect private views. And I think that was clear because there was a lot of testimony about, oh, it will block my view from this thing and so forth. And then that's why the comments were more geared towards neighborhood compatibility. That, I'm not sure if we need to say that on the minutes, but I think it was an important event that happened.
I don't think it would hurt to
I had a
say
comment
that.
that was something about like showing more images, showing more context to the neighborhood.
Wasn't there something like that?
But maybe, I mean, story polls will cover it, I guess. So
Yeah, what I remember, I was maybe more vocal than necessary, but the neighbors to the left and right of the proposed addition, they were talking about blocking views. And I couldn't figure it out because the view is like right in front of you. And they were talking about something that may happen on the side. And I just couldn't figure.
like visible.
Yeah.
That it was blocking.
Yeah, so.
Which is why I think we asked for more context, or maybe the story polls covers it, because it was just, that's why we were all kind of confused.
Yeah.
How what views were being blocked.
So just to let you guys know from someone who's participating remotely, Alex, you're coming in loud and clear. Kaylee, you're a little hard to hear.
Okay, I'm pretty sharp.
So I don't know how many mics you guys have up there, but
Is this any better, Alex?
a little bit.
Who should change the word beautiful to appropriate?
Acceptable.
Well, no, well, but it's more than appropriate. It was a very nicely designed process, right? Like,
Yeah, well,
yeah. Very, I mean, it had, it showed excellent materials. It's basically an expensive house.
well,
that way.
would you say excellent then? Architectural style is excellent. I don't know, beautiful sort of.
Yeah.
You guys like to use well executed or well designed?
Yeah, we could say very well designed if you want, but beautiful seems,
Yeah.
I mean,
a little too
you
flowery.
use those words.
Yeah, a little subjective.
Very, very well designed.
Yeah,
or
the,
execute?
the house is, the project is very well designed.
Yeah, you could
Okay.
say that.
Well,
Okay, I think that's fine, good enough, right? What it says, is it clear? Yeah, okay.
and you mentioned the board doesn't deal with views. I mean, the more information, the better. So if you think that would be relevant, I do too. I wasn't there, so I'm not going.
No. Yeah,
Say for
okay.
sure.
Provide additional photographs showing site. Yeah, that is correct. They did
Neighborhood
not
contact.
have, they did not have enough photographs and they were going back to something else.
They were using the.
That's right.
um,
That's right. Provide additional photographs,
like, documentation that they had provided, which wasn't from the applicant.
provide additional photographs showing, showing context.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that's the comment we made. Yeah, that was correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Alex? No,
Did you want, sorry, wasn't clear. Did you want me to say something about private views or no?
no. Provide additional photographs showing context.
Yeah, I got that. Was there anything else?
That's it.
No, that's it. That's
Okay.
it.
Showing context.
Neighborhood context.
Okay. Okay, next. Right. Okay, shall we go down?
Take off.
Where is that?
The numbering about this time.
Yeah.
I can fix that.
Okay. Okay, can you,
All right, that's it.
okay, can I make a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
Second.
All those in favor?
All right.
Aye. Yeah, I'm recusing also. I was not there. Okay, good. Thank you. Item number 4, SBAR members informational briefings.
I will be absent at the next meeting.
I have to leave at lunchtime.
Today,
Yes,
okay.
keep traveling.
Yeah. I'll be out sometime in September. I think it's the 23rd and possibly October 7th, I think it is. So 2 in a row. But it's a ways off. I'll remind you. Anybody else? Anybody need to recuse from today? Josh, I think I saw an EV project on here. China? Melodious. Item 10.
I have to recuse from
Yeah.
the Galileo project.
And so do I.
Okay. So that's item number 1, right?
Yes.
All right. And David?
Second update. So I just want to bring something to the attention of the board. So we do have, so Josh and Chris saw a version of the draft, but we have 2 site visits scheduled for the next meeting. And so what we did is we put them, scheduled the site visits for 9 o'clock in the morning. And so I wanted to put a couple of options for the board. So we could do what we did pre-COVID and get here early and go in advance together, or we can just, meet on site and then just come back after that. So meet at the site individually and come back to the hearing room after that. So I just wanted to see what people thought would be easier and what they would be comfortable with. So we have 2 for next time. So does anyone have a preference?
Go in the back.
I guess anybody who wants to go in the van can. I might just meet you there.
So,
This is the most exciting meeting.
Yeah.
So what are we deciding here, that we'll go in the van?
It's kind of up to you. You can either meet at the site.
I will get.
Well,
a
if it's the
van, but
first thing in the morning, I'd meet at the site and then come here.
So the van will be available to anyone.
So we're not gonna have an agenda and then go.
No,
No,
We're gonna go straight
start
to
it with
site.
the site visits and then
Alright.
come back and do
I don't
consent.
think we need a van though.
You don't need it, but if it's up to you guys, that's why we're asking.
Yeah.
Does anybody not
We're
want to
good at that,
drive to these two sites?
Fine.
well, you know, I'll ask again when I send the agenda out, and it's easy enough to get a car.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Fair enough. All right, anyone else have anything to share?
An item for when we get our staff briefing.
We already had it, so.
What's that, Josh?
You inquired with staff about the possibility of adding members to the board. Remember you guys were gonna look into that and give us an answer on what the charter says about
Oh, I think I'm just here for that, because you sent me an email prior to the last meeting, I think, but I was. So I had sent a response, I think, to you and to the person who was interested in joining. So what this goes back to is the description of the membership of the BARs in the adopted county code. So it does show that the SBAR members is a 7-person body. So any revision to that would require, that might be, Alex, maybe you can help me out there. That might be an ordinance amendment, I'm not sure. A revision to the county code for membership of the BAR. It would have to go to the board, whatever form it had to take. So
I think the board,
At the very least, it would be a board resolution.
the board likes having 7 people on the board. I don't think that's the discussion. It's the question was about alternates. We have we had some very low numbers up here for a lot of meetings. And we're going to eventually, somebody's going to step off. So it's been extremely difficult to get people onto the board. So we'd like to be, we were kind of discussing the idea of having an alternate board member who could show up when we had quorum issues. And then if somebody comes off the board, they'd be the obvious next person to join, and it would help prevent any further. We luckily haven't had any quorum problems, but come darn close.
So I mean, the board certainly, understands the idea of alternates. I mean, there are alternates for C-bar and N-bar. They're 5-member boards with 2 alternates. So this is kind of what is adopted today is the option they chose for all 4 boards. What I would suggest, I'm not sure how many of you routinely meet with your appointing supervisor, but that might be something you might want to probe them about and see if there's something they would support. That would ultimately have to be their decision. So I'm not really sure. I can talk to my supervisor about it once I get one. I'm not really sure what the pathway forward to take that to the board was, and that's what I'm suggesting. Maybe talk to your supervisor, like clean.
Yeah, isn't it the supervisors who make the appointments to the board?
Here, I'll write it down.
That's kind of the,
I'm sorry.
the SOP is the supervisors make the appointments to the board. That's one of the political responsibilities, or whatever you want to call it.
So, from now on, if you want to go to the bathroom, you gotta get home fast.
So I think, like David said, let's keep moving here. We're stalling.
I'm good, I don't.
I think, like David said, talk to your supervisor, and David will talk to his higher ups, and we'll keep the conversation going. The one thing that I worry a little bit about is if we have somebody who only comes in once in a while, they're not going to be familiar with any of the projects.
that's, that's what happens, I think, with C-Bar. We have one of our alternates who comes in only when we need it.
Yeah,
Because he doesn't want to come in if he can't vote.
right.
Yeah.
So, okay, so we could have 8, but one person wouldn't vote. They would just be familiarizing themselves with, yeah, I don't know. So I think everybody can consider it and talk to your supervisor and just start to gain some momentum for it if it's important enough. And if there's anyone who's considering stepping down from the board at the end of this year, for instance, maybe it would be good to let us know sooner than later, so we could step up the recruiting process or talk more seriously with the person who's interested. Okay, good, thanks.
Mr. Chair, for the next item, so I put this on here because I was given the impression before I saw the draft minutes and I was putting this together that the BAR did not actually make any motion on this one way or the other. But reading the minutes, it shows that the SBAR chose to remain in the hybrid model. Is that true? Because I think if that's the case, then we don't need to do anything for this one. I put this on here because I was led to believe that no action was taken.
Oh, okay, no, I think last time we just decided to remain the same in the hybrid.
Okay, that's totally fine.
Yeah, we had another discussion about it.
You did last week?
These-
Oh, okay. So we're all set. All right, moving on then to item 7, the consent agenda.
On the consent agenda, yes, Katie and I reviewed the 5 items, the Shell addition, the Laralde addition, Holstead addition, and Rapp addition, and Jackson Trust residential additions, all additions. And they were very well done, all of them, everybody behaved, and we decided to we recommend approval for all of them and make a motion.
And we had one comment on C5 to confirm that existing lighting meets night sky ordinance. That all were approved.
So we have a motion and a second.
Okay, and all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you both. Moving on then to the standard agenda. Beginning with item number 1, I believe Mr. Crusoe and Mr. Gibson step down. Just have a quorum.
Folder I want to go with.
So we will
And
continue.
then the red is
This is item 1, the Galileo Pisa, the apartments request.
Okay, yeah, you had a lot of different files.
I know.
Final approval of a 26 apartment building along with the
Not opening all.
site improvements, including
Okay.
covered carport.
So did you make a copy of this?
You.
Oh, that's from, okay.
Common open space areas, landscaping, paving, hardscaping, and 60 parking spaces. Trees on site are proposed for removal. The project is located at 5317 Calle Real, the Eastern Goleta Valley Community Area. And last heard April 1st of this year. And we had only 2 comments. There was no public comment at that meeting. SBAR comments are as follows. A, project has responded well to prior comments and is acceptable. B, study material for carport enclosures with cementitious or wood option being preferable. All right, so I see we have our applicant here. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, I'm Trudy Carey, the applicant.
Okay, and whenever you're ready, go ahead and present and try and keep it to whatever changes are made. 5 to 10 minutes would be.
Okay, I was at 6 minutes without clicking time, so
Thanks.
see how it goes. So good morning. As I said, I'm Trudy Carey. We're here today to review our apartment progress set, which contains all the major architectural elements, including exterior materials, heights, landscaping, site lighting, and engineering. Our intent is to be approved today with comments and be placed on the consent agenda while we finish up the final coordination of the set. As I mentioned, I was told to be brief, so I know you've already reviewed the drawings and the cut sheets, so I'm just going to review the key sheets that have any noteworthy changes that you might be interested in. Then at the end, if you want to go back to a sheet, if that's okay with you, that's
Yeah, that sounds good.
okay. So we're going to start in the landscape folder. This is sheet L 2.0. It's on the west side of the property. And the only thing that's changed since we last saw you was we had to do a site distance study. And because of the curve of the road, It's hard to see on this. We had to pull some of the trees back a little bit. So when you pull out, but it's kind of, it's a long strip, kind of along Kelly Rail for quite a bit, actually. So anyway, we just massaged those a little bit. But there's no change to the number of trees. And go to the next sheet. This will be the west side. I have breaking news. You probably already know this, but Public Works no longer allows jacaranda trees in the right of way. They're having trouble with the roots. So we have jacarandas, we had them in the right of way. So we pulled those back onto the private property side, but we didn't lose any. And the other thing that was, the only changes we've really made are Public Works driven. We used to have a sidewalk going straight up to Patterson to the right about mid-site there on the east side. And it had to have stairs to get up because that's about an 8-foot climb right there. And I guess Public Works doesn't allow stairs in their right of way anymore for liability reasons. And so they're happy with the one at the corner, that it's sufficient and it's compliant at the northeast corner. So that's where the crosswalk and the light are. So that's really the only change of significance on the planning plans. Everything else pretty much the same. Then we're going to go to the rendering folder for a second. I'm going to give you a sneak preview. I don't know what they call it. The last thing I sent in there. Well, I'm not going to waste your time. It's right here. It's the same as this shot. I don't know if you can see it.
Oh, yeah. It's not in supporting documents?
It's not in supporting. It was a separate folder, called rendering or something like that, I think.
Yeah. Alex.
I saw it in the folder.
Outside of that.
Is it the one that's missing?
Oh,
Yeah.
there you go.
This.
I just brought that and I thought I would show you compared to the original approved elevations that colors are the same, nothing's changed, no material has changed. This is off the architect's Reddit program, right off the working drawings. There it is. So it's pretty darn close to, I have to give a compliment to Alex who wasn't here because his prelims were on the money. There's no dimension change. It's pretty close to exactly what we had. So it's pretty cool. Okay, now we're going to go on to the architecture drawings. So go to the architecture folder. Sorry, that's my last jump, I think.
David, you can also just share your screen and so you don't have to jump out back and forth to different programs. That's easier. It's sometimes a little bit smaller, but it keeps you from having to go back and forth so much.
Yeah. So I put this in. This is our slide from our previous approval. So you can just see what the elevations look like before we go into our new set. So that's what we had before. That's what's over here. And now we're going to go down to 3.05. The architects were, the architect is Eris Studios out of San Luis Obispo. They specialize in apartments and they were nice enough to use their Reddit program and give us a few models to see. We can go on to 2.0. Those are kind of bare with that landscape. Oop, there you go. Oop. I think you just had it there. Oh, there's a site plan right there. Everything's laid out according to the prelims. There's no major changes other than the sidewalk we talked about got eliminated to the right. The trash enclosures, pergolas, and exterior stairs are now detailed, as are the entry walls on the sheets that you had submitted. We'll go to, if you go to 2.10 now, we can kind of just scroll through till. So here's the pergola, go to the next sheet. Then you have the carport wall, the EV stations, bike racks, keep going. Here we have the trash enclosures are now detailed. Next one, please.
What
You
is
know
the
that-
material
On which one?
for the carports?
The carports are metal by Baja Carports.
So just the only real one comment we had was study material for carport enclosures with cementitious and
Yeah, that's the fencing.
preferable.
Yep, that's this sheet here. We're gonna go with the wide, smooth concrete planks, and the cut sheet for that is in the folder.
Okay.
Then the next one. Then we have gates, keep going. And that's the end of the detail sheets. If you go to 3.01, exactly where you are, there's a lot of floor plan sheets, you know, there's enlarged ones, special ones. I'm just gonna go over the general. At the first floor, there has been a small change. It was a good pickup by Eris. They think very much about where the TV wall is for the adjoining neighbor, which I didn't think about that. So they're suggesting we move the TV wall in the living room to the other side, which just means we have to change the front door and scoot it over. So instead of being on the left, it'll be on the right. So we're asking you to approve that change. Next floor is the second floor. And there's no really change at all, just small refinements. Next floor is the third floor, just small refinements, nothing's changed. So roof plan, pretty much the same. Then go down to A 5.0, trying to keep my 6 minutes here. So the elevations, oh, we go back a second. You really, on the first floor, you can see where you can't start to see the front doors. They're recessed back 8 feet underneath that covered walkway. And then they're behind a wall, which is then behind landscape, which is then got parked cars in front of it. So it's not a very noticeable change either way. Then on the rear elevation at the bottom, we were approved with that elevation with no parapet at the bottom. It was just going to be a slope into the gutter. And maybe I was too chintzy to save money there. So there's the next sheet. If you go down one, David, we're considering we should just probably take that parapet all the way around and match the front. It's better looking. It's aesthetically more consistent. So that would be a change from the prelim for us to, there's no height change or anything. It's the same height as the other side. It just would be cleaner. We don't have to do it, but I think it'd be nice.
Can you show us the other again? Was it
Up a second.
that?
Yeah, that was a sloping roof, somewhat flat, going to a gutter. And you could see the AC. That I think we didn't bother with it because it faces the self-storage to the back, and it's so far back, no one's going to see it. 3 stories.
Down one page is the newly proposed.
Yeah.
It's there on the bottom, or
Right.
both.
So the top one shows the parapet, and the bottom is a model of the back there.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next A 10.07. We've got a lot of floor plans to scroll through. These are details of the hand walkways and the stairs, the outside stairs. So that's what this is. And then after that, I think we'll go down to the color board. I think I put that on there at the end. There you go. That's our original color board you approved, and we haven't changed any materials or any colors. They're just what you see is dialed in right from the website of the manufacturer. So I was told to be brief. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm here for any questions, and I have available, the consultants are standing by if you have something for them.
Okay, thank you. So let's bring it and see if there's any public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? I don't believe so. All right, questions from the board?
I have a very minor question. Is it just the traction closures that have the Merlot CMU block?
Yes, and they're also the columns in the front of the apartments.
All right. Questions?
You know, I'd like to go back a minute to this parapet roof that you've changed.
Huh?
Now, this just is apparent from the back of the building, right?
Right. We have the same, it's exactly the same as the front of the building.
It shows well
from the axonometric. There you go. There at the bottom.
Uh-huh.
And at the very top is the existing that was approved, and then right below that is the newly proposed.
I was smart, I'd probably leave it alone, but pushing for greatness.
Seen
Uh-huh.
from anywhere.
Okay.
I had two little questions. Do you have details of like rafter tails shown somewhere?
Actually, we don't have rafter tails. We have like 90-degree braces,
Okay.
and they're,
Yes. What I'm getting at is the pergolas.
oh, the pergolas. It is a pergola sheet.
They seem very basic, and I'm wondering if there's any opportunity to just put a little something in it that matches detail on the building somewhere.
Well, for maintenance, we were gonna make them out of steel,
Okay.
so that we probably could. I don't know in the steel division how they do that, but
Okay. So
I'll let,
all steel members for the
for the pergolas, yeah.
Okay.
Then we're gonna plan them, I think.
Well, I mean, just not a requirement or anything, but a suggestion. You
Okay.
can do it if it becomes too costly, but
Okay,
it seems like it would benefit from a little bit of
okay.
detailing that maybe matches something on the structure. And then, do you know what the parking lot trees are?
Not off the top of my head. And go back to the planning plan.
Right there, there you go. So zoom in.
That was a really tricky one because, you know, you have root problems. We went around with that over like 3 or 4 meetings.
What size is
I think,
Yeah, so it's the Loris Saratoga, which is not really a shade tree. The whole point of parking lot trees is to reduce the heat island effect. It is sort of on the
kind
north.
of like a dense ball?
They're like,
they're on a finger island and it's already going to be dark for those flats. You know, it's right up near the parked cars by the building.
right, yeah, that's the other thing.
And that faces north.
Okay.
It's still sort of a diminutive tree, and it actually might be too low for, you know, you want the canopy to be above the cars. So I think,
I mean, they can specify the standards.
yeah, it'll definitely be standards, I'm sure, but what's the ultimate height on those? I think it-
We had a height chart on.
Yeah, 18, 20 feet maybe. So I guess it would just be a suggestion again to consider a tree with a larger canopy. I know it's limited because, you know, well, I guess another question would be, what's the dimension of those finger planters?
Yeah, they're very small.
I would,
But what is it? 3, 4, 5?
I'd say 5 maybe.
That's a decent
it's like
amount.
5 'cause it's half the length of the parking.
Yeah, so that's a decent amount for a parking
You
lot
can get all
finger
of it,
planter.
things like that. I mean, not if that's suggestion, but there, you can get canopy trees.
Yeah, so I would say just a suggestion to increase or consider, well, I mean, it should be larger. Use a different parking lot tree with a more substantial canopy to help with shading.
Yeah, there's also a few locations, to make a comment, where beds are wider than the finger planters. Consider larger canopy trees,
Yeah.
because there's a few where Saratoga in like larger beds.
We were trying to get a boulevard feel. That's what we were directed to do down that parking lot. So we're trying to get that look kind of
Okay.
with the same tree is why we were doing it.
It's not gonna look like a boulevard. I don't know, it would look better if it was a mix of trees and
Yeah.
various trees, I think. I mean, that's up to you.
Okay.
But you have the opportunity to get more significant trees in there, so I think it
The
would be helpful.
spacing, I think the point is that the spacing is not gonna
You
feel
go
like
back to
a
the plan,
boulevard
David.
with that species of tree. They're just gonna look, you're almost not gonna notice that.
David?
So
Can we go back to the plan? Sorry. The landscape plan, I guess it was what, the first and second sheet?
Yeah.
maybe on this? There you go.
2.0
That's,
and 2.1.
there you go. So starting there, it's like you have, those are probably what, Arbutus? And then if we go to the next sheet,
Well, there's four Saratoga.
okay. Yeah, that's fine, David. Okay, so this here.
Yeah, okay, so it's up to you if you want to vary the species, but
Okay,
something with more significant canopy.
and if you do that, you have to come back?
No,
Okay. I'll talk to Robert.
I have one other comment plant wise, around the trash enclosures. I know they were kind of detailed in this round and that I think the planting around them is pretty low right now. So my comment was to be to add some additional screening.
I agree with you. That was kind of hand rendered, I think, so.
all right, so I guess we kind of moved into comments there. But are there additional comments from the board?
No,
Yeah. No, Josh, did you want to? Good, okay. You have a question?
Could I ask for approval today?
We're here for final.
Okay, good.
It doesn't sound like there's much
So do
opposition.
we have enough quorum? So, do you have any public comments?
No.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve final approval as submitted.
Well, we had a couple comments.
With, yeah, I'm sorry, with the, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna read those off again.
Well, it was just to, wording is- replace the loris with a more substantial canopy for the parking lot finger planters. And consider additional detailing on pergola trellis elements. And that's it, really, I think.
Add additional screening to the trash
Right.
enclosure elevation.
Well, Alex, planner Alex, want to read that back to us? Just want to make sure you have that for the motion.
Yeah.
Sure, I have consider additional detailing for pergolas to, I had said to match building. I'm not sure if that's accurate.
Yeah,
Okay, consider tree species with more significant canopy and finger planters.
I would say not consider, but
Replace or
Yeah.
replace tree species with more significant, well, okay, hold on. What was the one that is there now?
Loris, Laurus, nobilis.
How do you spell nobilis?
Just like it sounds. Nobilis.
Okay, replace Laurus nobilis with tree species with more significant canopy and finger planters and add additional screening around trash enclosure.
Yes. Okay, Josh.
Okay, with those additional, so I'll make a motion with those, I'm just gonna refer to that.
Yeah.
Just read, applicants on board with that.
Okay, we have a second.
I'll second it.
Second by Ms. Grubb. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thanks, David.
Okay, we will move on to item number 2. The Pfeiffer additions, request of DMHA architect for Matthew Pfeiffer for conceptual review of the interior and exterior renovation of a 2,577 square feet of the existing 2-story residence, new 2-story. Actually, I'm gonna hold off until everybody shows up.
Okay.
So everybody gets, the project. We're trying to.
Here in like 5 years.
I know, man. Yeah. It's good to have you back. We're trying to keep our asking applicants presentations a little shorter. We have some people that, well, for a new project, maybe 10 or 15 minutes. 5 to 10 is better.
Okay.
You know, we've all looked at the files and if it takes half an hour to explain your project, you probably didn't do it very well.
I'm always accused of speaking too slow, so.
Oh, no, it was fine.
Maybe I'm not designing well.
So methodical.
How much do you guys like to dig into floor plans? Is that?
For like interior, it doesn't matter so much. We're just, you know, an aesthetic board, neighborhood compatibility type stuff. So
He's only saying it. Thanks. I would say, don't take it personally. I think it's pretty much. People are coming in versus zooming.
mostly zooming. I
We
think
had a
really
pretty full room last meeting, actually.
last time, yeah.
When it's. Yeah, coming.
All right, good. So, all right, I will just start this over again. So this is for conceptual review of the interior and exterior renovation of 2,577 square feet of the existing two-story residence, a new two-story addition of 1,103 square feet, a new attached three-car garage of 1,021 square feet, new detached pool cabana, 736 square feet, attached gym, 460 square feet, detached sauna, 290 square feet, interior and exterior renovation of 459 square feet to the existing barn. The cut and fill balances out. It's a 1 acre parcel at 4525 Via Maria in the Goleta area. And we have the applicant here. Please state your names for the record.
Ryan Mills with DMHA.
And Michael Stroh, DMHA, joining remotely.
Mike.
I'm Amy Sublet from Boston Landscape Architecture.
All right, so whenever you're ready, you can begin your presentation. And just tell David where you want to go.
Thank you. While we have that up, start there just because that's better context than I've provided today. So Via Maria, you see our site in brown. It's kind of a unique site. So we're off San Antonio, down a lane to a cul-de-sac.
You usually do.
There might be one sitting on that table.
No, I don't want to slow things down.
That's okay.
I'll keep going. It's okay.
Keep going, I'll get
It's okay. So you can see in brown, so you go down a cul-de-sac, short lane, there's a few properties. We are a completely interior lot inboard, as you can see here. So you actually, from the cul-de-sac, there's a couple driveways you shoot down, and here's our inboard site. So context-wise, there's neighbor along this side property here, a neighbor over here, and that's kind of the most relevant, I'd say, for what we're proposing, and we'll kind of take you through how we're dealing with that. Okay, so let's jump into our presentation. Go to page 3, start with photos. Page 3, and if we want to zoom in top left, we'll just zip through. Showing existing house conditions. It's a pretty straightforward house. We're trying to elevate the design of it without ripping the thing apart. So the goal is trying to use as much as possible. So we're using basically the shell of it, maintaining the stucco finish in general, but really ripping the pieces off the roof and introducing an elevated contemporary design, which was desired by the clients. And we felt like it fit the neighborhood. If you guys are familiar with the area, it's a nice selection. The Morphosis house is not too far from here. There's a couple new contemporary additions. So it's sort of a good mixed bag in my opinion. So it felt like the right place for this. Okay, go scroll down in the photos towards the bottom. The thing just to notice here, and we'll look at the aerial site plan too, is this is the lower site. So it's kind of wide open at this point. So that's what we kind of felt was one of the unique opportunities for the site. So now let's jump to page, go to page 6. Should be the aerial. I think you missed page 6 of the PDF.
Oh, it's in the landscape drawings.
We'll go up a couple. Well, we'll just start here. So here's the existing site, and you can see the unique thing, I think opportunity for this site was, it really feels like 2 separate sites. You can see there's a flat pad at the top, and with the driveways coming down in a fairly steep manner, lands here, and there's a pad, buildable pad here. So we're just The addition to the main house just goes in the obvious spot. And then you can see quite a bit of drop off here, kind of diagonally through the middle of the site. And then a very large, flat area within that existing barn you saw in the photo. So, and what we liked here was, once you get down to this lower site, this has great ocean views kind of beyond. Once you get down here, it feels like it's settled lower than all the other neighbors. So it's a really quiet, private part of the site. So let's go to the next sheet. Proposed, just in general, you can see our additions are here. And then that open air or the gym, attached gym piece is here. And then the existing barn will be renovating. And then ADU, not for this application, but we just wanted to share it with you because it's about, we like how the whole site is fitting together. And then pool here kind of in between, and the pool cabana here. So the siding is basic, right? So we're sort of screening along this property line, bringing all the noise and activity inboard, and it's really a communal area. This is a multi-generational compound. So everyone kind of has this direct line of sight to the middle communal space. Let's go to the next sheet. Sections for context. Again, this is that upper existing house, the main house, and then there's that steep slope, pool, kind of, this is the cabana in dark, the ADU and barns beyond, and then neighboring parcel here. And then you can kind of see existing height. So there's our height limit. So we're well under the height limit. We're actually going to be stepping down a lower ridge height, and then the additions even lower than that. Let's go to the next sheet. Sections we can come back to if we need to. Next sheet, keep going. This shows some context down below, just between the units. So we're looking south through a section through all three new structures. So there's the barn structure, future ADU as designed, and then the pool cabana here. Let's go, and then to elevations. So front door elevation, here's the existing residence. So again, we're kind of maintaining the shell of that building. We're simplifying the entry. There's just lots of pieces and parts and columns we're getting rid of. And then you can see the addition is stepping down. The one, probably the biggest move is to take the entire roof off and then introduce a new flat roof at a couple different levels, right? So it steps up the entry to announce the entry, and then steps back down over the existing living room, and then down again. Kind of this is this long glazed in walkway to the master suite above the garage. Then the views above really reflect the real experience, right? So this is us coming down the driveway. It's a really tight driveway. And this is how you experience the house at first. Your first impression, you get a peek at the front door, which is the tallest form, and then it steps down to the living area, and then steps down again. You can see our walkway and garage beyond. And then this, this isn't quite a real view, but it gives you guys the context of, again, simplifying, and just that first glimpse, you'll see we're using like a warm white stucco on the major components, limestone cladding, like the master wing, and then fireplaces throughout. And then there'll be a third material, will be like a wood siding. So the next elevation. This is the backyard elevation. So again, here's the existing house. And then again, pulling off the balconies and the stairs and the decks that exist and pulling off the roof. And then introducing, there's that new roof line, a new deck along the back, and then here's the garage addition. I have to admit, we're 95% coordinated, but we're studying windows on this garage elevation. So I think we've landed with adding a couple, didn't make it to that elevation. And then views. So if we zoom in, this is important. I mean, for me, elevations never really tell the story. So here's kind of one of the main areas of the yard. You kind of see, it's really creating an amphitheater shape. And we'll talk about the addition in plan briefly, but you can kind of see it kind of a shell shape focused on, and that view focuses on the ocean view. So all that living area is up at this upper entry level. And you'll see we actually broke the existing corner of the house. This is really an outdoor dining room, and then it transitions to the new master wing and garage below. The deck that connects that whole area is providing shade to all these generous openings below. So we thought that worked really well from a passive standpoint. And then this over here is just that southeast corner of the house. This is that master addition above. Again, detailing, we're not quite there. This is conceptual, so we're sorting through that, but kind of gives you context of this is its own unique zone. It breaks here at that outdoor dining space and then the existing house. We can go to the next elevation. So where are we here? This is the west side of the house, side yard. Where am I? Looking at here. Yes, so west side of the elevation. There's that backyard. It's kind of a strange view. So pretty self-explanatory. Let's go to the next one. This is the master suite side. So again, there's that existing garage side of the house now. And then we're adding this addition in front of it. So pretty quiet, simple wall. Get the garage, it'll be landscaped, it's cladded in the limestone, and then again, just getting glazing sitting up above the site. And here is, again, the master fireplace, the garage doors you can see in the driveway down here. Now it's massive. It's pretty narrow. It's pretty interesting shape. The house kind of has a trapezoidal side to it. Let's go to the next sheet. Then down below is a pool cabana. Again, really simple and efficient. So maybe I won't get into it too much, but it's really oriented towards the pool in the middle. You can see, and again, the quiet side, a couple of the rooms, pool, bathroom, mechanical areas to that neighbor side. We really started by working around the hammerhead. Let's go to the next sheet.
Pool equipment?
Not shown yet. Great question.
It'll likely be fully enclosed within the pool cabana in a little room.
That mechanical room, I don't know if that's big enough, but we'll locate that for you next time. And two shots of it. So here's from one of the sitting areas across the pool. Again, very simple, low slung, flat roof, dark bronze window systems. And then we, for this, just for variation, did some wood cladding around. Let's go to the next. So make sure I cover all this. Here's the barn structure. So it's just getting a new hat. So structure will be restuccoed, new garage door, and then again, flat roof to match the rest of the compound, floating above. Now, granted, you probably already know many of these or some of these might become solid panels. Again, as we dig in, we'll have to sort of do that. We'll probably all be glass, but we want to achieve that look. Next sheet. Some overall views. So this context is what we would, once you have the fully developed site from up above, this is like from the master balcony kind of context. Again, from a corner, looking at the garage back behind, and there's our house beyond. Go to the next sheet. And then here's the site. So do you want to take the next
I'll take
slide?
it from here. So here you're seeing an aerial photograph of the site with the survey overlaid. You can see that there's not much going on with the landscape as it is now. Next sheet. So here's our conceptual plan. Really what we're looking to do with this site is improve the overall accessibility and circulation, and then also add some landscape features for more opportunities outside, improve screening, and of course, have some canopy trees and some low water use planting.
Perfect. Let me add a couple things too. So just in terms of siting, maybe you guys kind of, maybe it's obvious, but so to get down here, we really started citing all of these. It was about really organizing the site. First was fire department turnaround. We started working with them, we reached out. So there's the hammerhead. We squeezed it. We have a bunch of utility easements that we're kind of doing double duty here with this turnaround. So making the site as efficient as possible. We just make it with these grades, so there's just enough room to get down to that hammerhead. And then it just squeezes next to the existing barn. And so that's how we organized our site. Kind of optimize the space left over here. And the other is just with the garage. We studied something a little more linear, but two reasons why we ended up with this siding was, again, this is the existing pad, and we like this sort of shell shape, and that is actually the primary view. So kind of like what I did. And then we'll let you maybe pop back in, but then this is the other space. We wanted to allow ample space for turnaround because that driveway is quite steep.
Yeah. I think we can go to the next slide.
The house.
So here's some renderings of the different areas. Back patio space, you can get a feel for the materials we'll be using. Kind of a modern California landscape feel. You have some stone cobbles, concrete, board form concrete walls, some stone walls as well, and decomposed granite. You can go to the next. This is the entryway, some concrete pavers, and some of the same materials that we use throughout the site. The next slide. This is the pool area. You can see we don't have a planting plan yet, but this shows kind of how we're working to enclose and kind of screen this area, and how we've centralized it on the site, so that it won't produce any noise disturbances or visual disturbances. Yeah. Let's see. And then I guess some comments on the planting. Not too developed yet, but of course it will be resilient landscape planting and low water use, and we're going to have some dense screening near the property line to provide privacy for neighbors and things like that. So,
thank you. Let's go to the next slide. There's no floor plans, or did we skip them? I will go very quickly through floor plans. There's got to be floor plans. Okay. So if you don't mind zooming in.
There you go.
Middle level first. So again, existing and demo on the right. And then so the top left image, zoom in a little bit more. So this guy. Okay, so big round principles. This is that entry and, oh, we're on the wrong level. Go down. Otherwise, entry level. So enter here in the middle of the house and grand entry foyer, and there's actually circulation down that'll dump you to the landscape communal area below. Otherwise, you come into the big great room area. And then this is just important to see here. You can see how there's a clear break. This is outdoor dining, and it's really just this, like we wanted it to be like an outdoor walkway, but we conditioned the space, but that's sort of visually what that's meant to feel like, a full break. And then the master suite here, focusing on obviously ocean views, still here and here. And then this is actually up to the mountains beyond sunrise. You get some really nice golden moments up there. And then bedroom wing on the left is largely unchanged. And then if you scroll up, lower level, you come down again, just sort of a lower level entertainment room. So big family bunk space tucked in the back here with sliding doors is like a media room, movies, sleepover space, connected to a secondary entry at the bottom, big garage space, tool crib area, power services this area, and then beyond here, a secondary suite. So full bedroom suite, and then again, bar, office, kind of flex space here. I think that's probably enough. I can answer questions if you want. Okay. Mike, anything to add? Just anything?
No, not really. We've, from a technical standpoint, we've done our best to balance cut and fill on the site, minimize grading. even with the flat roofs, we are shorter than we were before on the existing house, which is good. So, and we've tried to nestle these things as best we can into the site so that so that they sit and feel comfortable.
Cool, thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks. To the board for questions. Anyone? Questions?
Yeah, I have a question. So what are the exterior materials? I see plaster. I also see some, it looks like a block on the on the garage or the ADU. I think that.
Sure, maybe if we go to one of the renderings, scroll to the element, I'll go down. So let's see, there's really three main materials. Actually, yeah, go there. Zoom into that top left view. I think it'll show it more or less. So we're maintaining the stucco as one of the primary surfaces, and that'll be painted like warm white to maybe a little tan. Dark bronze eaves and doors and windows. And then you can see on some of the siding right there is like a
wood panel, right?
Wood, yeah, wood cladding in a vertical plank. I don't know if it's going to be either cedar stained yet. We don't know, but that's intended to be kind of like a darker warm wood. And then on the right, you see actually the other side, then we're intending a limestone, clean cut limestone, again, pattern to be determined. But so that's sort of the three. So warm white, limestone, and wood.
Very good.
And that continues on all of the buildings.
Ms. Grubb?
I answered my own question. The floor plan on the landscape, it looks like it must be stitched with the two different levels of the house. So I was confused about the entryway. So that I think
Okay, yeah.
Verdiak?
Yeah, is there a driveway that comes down to the lower level from the top?
Yes, yeah, let's go. I'll show you.
What's the grade on that?
We've done our best to keep it to less than 15%. We're still it's going to take a little bit of shaping as we develop our grading and drainage drawing with the civil engineer, but we believe we can get it to work. And then the hammerhead, the best drawing to see is actually if you go to page, I think 19, which is the landscape landscape site plan. Oh, maybe it's 18. There we go. Yeah. So it's a little, it's relatively flat. But we're trying, I mean, this is 20% slope max, but we're trying to get it down to about 15 in different places. So we're still shaping that. The upper driveway works.
Yeah, this is fairly steep and existing. We're flattening this out. And then this is, you can see here, it's 20% max for the fire department, but we think we can get a little less. Zoom out a little bit for me. But you can, as you can see, we're using every bit of it to get down to the hammerhead.
Yeah. The hammerhead will be flat or less than 5%. So.
Well, the existing house is built on a previously filled slope, and so 20%, is that acceptable with the fire department?
Well, I've gotten it accepted before, but again, we're gonna play with the grades with our civil engineer to try and do some really short runs of 20 and get it down less than 15 almost everywhere. So we're still working through with the fire department exactly
Hey, Michael,
how we can get that.
Actually, I'll just turn this up.
Oh.
Okay. Talk loudly.
Oh, okay.
We're having technical difficulties, so I'm just turning up my laptop now while we get our mics back up and running. So go ahead and continue.
Okay, so John, we're looking at we're still working through with the fire department exactly what they will allow. We think best case scenario is we might have some really short sections of 20, but we think we can get the rest of it to 15 down to the hammerhead without having to pile a whole bunch of dirt down there and build anything up.
What's the material on the driveway going down?
I believe it's a type of paver. Let's see, what's it got here? Pave 3. Oh, actually, it's a paver down at the end, but it's actually asphalt. So it'll be a chip seal, essentially.
Okay,
The upper driveway is more of a permeable surface. It's pavers.
I know, I'm curious mainly about the hammerhead, because you also have easements there, right? So you can't pave over. What kind of easements do you have at the bottom?
So the easements are actually, they're both utility easements and egress easements. They run all the way across the lower end of the site to the property to the left. And so they're actually, we've looked into this, and they're actually sufficient for driveway paving. So they are allowed.
Okay,
So.
sounds good. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, something, okay. And what about the width? Is that sufficient?
Yes. Yeah, we're using a 14-foot width.
That's 14 feet.
It looks tight at that one tree.
Well, just looking, is that an existing? Is that enough?
Paving over the
Yeah, you'd have to make that,
line of oak is problematic.
yeah.
Do you know what the caliper, what the pH is on it? Do you know how big the oak is?
I mean, it looks significant. Yeah, I think that's gonna be a key thing to look at. I mean, I don't, you can get an arborist to look at it, but I mean, you're gonna be paving over half the critical root zone, so it's not gonna be good for the tree. So you might look into mitigation. Or I guess what I would do is find out if the tree is in good health. If it's not, if it's already declining, then why work around it?
Yeah.
And so you are high fire, I assume, too, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, public comment. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? See no one in the audience. One person, participant. So if you do want to speak on this, please raise your hand virtually. Okay, see no hands go up. Back to the board for comments. Mr. Verdiak.
Well, I think that it's really a nice scheme and well thought out, but it's also I think when you well, my objection, I guess, or my comment is that it's inconsistent. Some of your elevations are elegant and some are not. And it would be nice to try to make that more consistent, especially I was thinking about the west elevation for the original house. Taking we can see that that's the barn.
11.
Yeah, like those elevations there, and leaving the existing windows, it becomes kind of chaotic, I think. One suggestion is maybe you could put clear story windows over the existing ones, because to fill in that gap between the roof and the head height of the window. Well, that would be my suggestion.
Can I add something? That's a great comment, and I totally agree. And I just realized we've provided new drawings. This isn't the right package. We changed that elevation. That's where that gym was attached. I'm not sure. So I just realized that now. That's the only difference is this side.
Yeah.
That's why I did.
There's a small, yeah, there's a small little room that's been added to that side, which is much more, brings it much more consistent with the rest of the house.
We'll see you next time.
Yeah.
Sounds like you guys are on the
Alex,
same
and he
page.
said it would be here. I'm not sure.
I'm sorry.
We got it to Alex this week and he said it would be up.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Mr. Peugeot, you're finished.
Yeah.
Comments?
No, I think it's a very well designed project. I have no negative comments whatsoever. I think it's very nicely done. I maybe tone down the colors a little bit. You mentioned that it's not going to be bright.
Colors?
Yeah, I mean, it looks very nice, but sometimes it can be less white than the glass. But I think you mentioned that you're going to tone it down. It's not going to be bright white.
Less white, yes.
Less white, yeah, right. And yeah, good materials. I think it's a good project.
I agree. I think the layout of the site is great. I think there's a little bit of, problem regarding that oak tree and how you're getting fire access down there. But if you need to, you can, move the oak tree or do some mitigation. But it seems like an amazing site. You got nice features going on around it. I really like the way that the landscape plan is rendered in 3D and the use of the different materials. And I think the improvements to the home are great. I only give you guys positive comments.
Mr. Up?
I agree with the previous comments. I think the biggest challenge would be the fire access. So look forward to seeing how that develops.
Mr. Bloomer has stepped out, so that leaves me. Yeah, I concur with the rest of the board. A few little things, given that I guess you don't have a civil on board yet, or you're
That's
okay.
nice. We wanted to get here just to make sure we're
Okay.
on the right track.
So I mean, it's a very ambitious project. There's a lot of new square footage, but it's nicely spaced out around the site. I think we definitely want to see what happens with that roadway going down, because that's sort of a key for the whole property. And is it going to be possible, and will fire sign off on it? And what happens with the oak? Also, as far as your renderings, maybe while we're on this page, can you go up just a little bit, David? So next time we come back, because it's a high fire, you can't have vines on the house, right? So remove those from your rendering so we get a better idea of what the architecture looks like, because I'm a little worried that you have a lot of big, huge blank walls. And so I think we're going to want to see what that is really going to look like. And also, a few of the other renderings had lots of trees like right up next to the house to kind of help it look nestled in, but that's not going to be feasible in reality. So I think we want to get a little bit more realistic. Everybody loves the new Lumion renderings. We're doing it too, but it can be misleading sometimes. I don't know if when the renderings were done in the landscape, if it was shown with trees in locations where they're going to be, or if it was just kind of, if they were sprinkled around to make the architecture look softer. But I think you get it. Take the time to make it real, so we're not swayed.
May I add something? Yeah. I think what works well is that vertical wood. It looks like a screen, a wood screen. I think that really, especially on that wall, it softens it very nicely. And because I was concerned about that whiteness and basically what the chair is mentioning. I think if you can use some of that material,
Maybe even more.
Yeah, I agree. And also it's hard to tell from this, but where is the stone and where is the stucco? And are they too similar so that from a distance, it just looks like all white stucco? So you might even consider a stone with a little bit more color in it to bridge the gap between the wood and the stucco. I don't know, but otherwise it looks great.
Yeah. So
that's like a lot of
next time.
Yeah, so return, I would say, for preliminary full board. Yeah.
Great, thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Item number 3 was dropped from the agenda. Item number 4, Vampola alterations, request of Joe Stoyer, agent for Stephen Vampola.
for preliminary and final approval of the interior and exterior remodel of the existing residence, a new covered patio of 686 square feet, a new second floor deck of 656 square feet, and replacement of the existing driveway. This is a 1 acre parcel located at 970 Monty Drive in Hope Ranch, last heard July 8th of this year. Do we have the applicant here? Please state your name or names for the record. Hey, Joe, are you with us? If so, you're muted. Mr. Sawyer.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
All right, this is Joe Stewart, Studio 4 Design Group.
Hi, Joe. We have a couple comments from last time, and then I'll ask you for your presentation and try and limit it to 5 to 10 minutes, if you would.
Easy.
No problem. Good. Thanks. Comments from SBAR last time. A, nice update to existing home. B, review mailbox detailing to ensure it ties into rest of architecture. C, ensure parking and access comply with applicable requirements. So I think we were pretty happy with most everything. So go ahead and take it away when you're ready and just tell David what sheet you want to be
Yeah,
at.
Chuck, are you there? Okay, so Chuck McClure is not here. On his L3 sheet, if we could look at that to address that first or one of the comments. So we revised those plinths to, yeah. So before they were board formed concrete, but they were vertical lines, and now we've made those horizontal. And then he had some tapered concrete walls for the mailbox, and now it's all vertical. So hopefully that kind of reflects more of the horizontality of the siding that I've got on there. So that's how we addressed that comment. I talked to the fire department, and they were okay with the way that the driveway was laid out currently, as long as we added sprinklers. So I agreed to do that, and I sent Kathleen the email from them. So hopefully that's part of the attachments.
We'll take a look at the site plan here. Okay, so basically no. Oh, okay. So there was another plan sent with a different parking arrangement, right? This
Correct. Yeah, she was supposed to insert. Yeah, right there.
So this is, yeah, there you go. Okay. So this is the final parking, right?
Yes. Yes. So there are three. It's a 3-car garage, and then I've got 3 cars parked there, essentially parallel parked.
Got it. Okay.
But as far, so you can also see the dashed line that goes right down the middle of the driveway there. That's the 150-foot mark that the fire department is concerned about. So they said they would sign off on it. Obviously, they can't formally sign off on it until we get into plan check. But he said, as long as you guys add fire sprinklers, then he's good with it.
Okay. And
so then I just added more detailing and window door schedules, which I don't think I had on there before, but I might have.
Okay, so let's just run through your CDs and check to make sure you have everything. I think that you addressed the comments.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess the only other sheet there is I attached a color board, but I also have a color sheet with the one of the elevations colorized, and that's, I believe, A3.6. Right there. So those are the colors and materials. So we've got the stone, then we've got a composite siding, which actually comes in boards. I know it looks like a panel there, but it's comes in 6-inch, 8-inch, or 12-inch wide boards. We're doing a 6-inch with a 1-inch reveal between.
Sorry, we're just having technical difficulties again.
So that's the horizontal siding, the 1-inch reveal. Is that right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's the 6-inch version of that sumac that's on there. And there's going to be a 1-inch reveal between the boards.
Very nice. Okay, very good.
All right. Let's go continue. Flipping. Yeah, go ahead.
What, can I just ask what the scale of that stone, ledger stone is? In the, it kind of varies in the rendering, so I wasn't sure. Is it as large scale as it is on the renderings, or?
It's sorry, it's hard to get those to actually be like it's going to be in the field. I think the sample that's next to the sumac to the right, that's going to be more the ledge stone. Whereas if you look on the elevation, it's a little bit a different stone pattern. So it's going to be more like the actual image of the stone accents that I've got there next to the sumac. Versus if you look at the elevation, it seems like they're a little bit deeper, taller.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so let's run through the details.
Okay. So you can see how the siding, so I've got different details where it's windows with siding, doors with the siding, doors with the plaster, windows with the plaster. We're going to have essentially like a like a picture frame at the windows and doors. If you go back up to, I think, a 5.1.
Yeah, we just want to make sure you have your details and.
Okay, gotcha.
Review.
I thought you said go. I thought you said go through them. I gotcha.
Right.
I meant David.
Right.
So all lighting is night sky compliant, looks like, as your sconces are.
Yes. And there's only one. There's only one of those lights, and it's on the back side of the garage. The rest are down lighting from the window, the little eyebrows, the canopies.
Okay. All right. So landscape.
Yeah, so the only changes to the landscape, like I said, were the plinths for the mailbox and the planters.
Right. Okay, so let's make sure we have, okay, so planting. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
All
it's
right.
good. It's good.
Okay, anything else you want to share with us before we?
Nope.
Okay. Questions from the board? Anyone?
Nope.
No questions. No questions. All right. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, see no one. Back to the board for comments. Anyone? It looks great. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it's nice, John.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
Detail, well executed. It's good.
Okay, so this is prelim and final. Somebody wants.
So moved.
Okay.
I'll second it.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. There you go. Congratulations.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, item number 5. 350 Chapala LLC, single family dwelling. Request of Bill Wolf, agent for Mike Brashears, for prelim and final approval of a new 2,048 square foot new single family dwelling. An attached 533 square foot 2-car garage, of 499 square foot junior ADU, and a 470 square foot second story deck. And this is located at 861 Walnut Road in Santa Barbara. Last heard August 13th of last year, 2021. So do we have the applicant here? Please state your names for the record.
Yes, it's Bill Wolf with Pacific Architects. Good morning.
Bill, I have a couple things here. We have a planner memo. Can we bring that up, David? I didn't print those out this time.
There's also minutes from the first meeting if you want to go to those.
Yeah, we have the comments from last time. Would it be better if I just read through those, Bill, or do you want to take those yourself one by one? Or
I can do them however whatever's quick and easy for you. I'm happy to go through them and show you where all that is.
Okay, sounds good. So let's do the planner memo. There you go. So, right, this is here for prelim final. And I don't really see planner comments there, so, okay, we can skip that.
Okay.
I'll just hand it over to you, Bill, and you can take us through. Just,
Yep.
try to keep it
So,
5-10
David-
minutes.
David's at the control there. So I'm not seeing drawings yet. I'm missing something. There we go. Okay, all right. So we're here for final, but we'll go through. We've got structure, civil, landscape, all of that good stuff. You want to scroll on down. David, we can just kind of scroll quickly through. Nothing's changed on the floor plan. The only thing we did change was, I think Josh had commented on the integration of the deck at the rear. He wanted it to feel a little more integrated into the structure. So if we scroll down a little further, keep going right there, you can see on that at the top on the left side there, you see a little solid wall. I integrated some solid wall with some penetrations there, and you'll see those on the elevations. And that way it encompasses that deck. It sort of captures that deck on the north and south side. Before it was completely cantilevered. So now it's got that little edge to it, both sides, north and south. Okay, go ahead and scroll on through. There it is again. You can see in the lower level, these are the elevations here. We separated it out because the ADU obviously is a separate element, but front elevation you see there from the street, which appears as a single story. South elevation is where you see it stepping down the hill, and we're kind of digging into the hillside a little bit as well. So you can scroll on to the next. We did get your approval on the slight bit of corner of the roof there that exceeded the height limit. These are just some sections there. Actually, scroll up just a little bit to A41, David.
So was the shading representing what, the ADU?
Well, no, we separated it out. This, if we go further in the set, you'll see the residence set. The shade represents the residence, and the ADU is on the lower level. So this is the ADU elevations, if that makes sense. Keep scrolling. There's our window and door. We shaded out again the parts that were for the residents and the parts that are for the ADU. So I think we're looking at the ADU set actually right now. So it's all the same, but you can keep scrolling through. Keep scrolling. That's the lower floor ADU. You can see it's a very small portion. There's our light fixture just as we're passing by there. It's a night sky compliant. We have a few of those around the back mostly. The rest of the lighting at the front is in the soffit of the overhang. I'll show you those on the residence plan. Okay, I think this is the residence set here. And we'll get into the landscape. So same thing, this is the upper floor, stairs down to the partial ADU. Well, the ADU is part of it, and then there is some square footage downstairs. You can keep scrolling. That's the neighborhood. Keep moving. Trying to keep on task.
You have 6 minutes and 37 seconds left.
Keep moving. Go ahead. Keep rolling.
Approximately.
Yeah. Okay. Keep going. Keep going. That's our roof plan. Nothing different. Same as what you saw before. There's the elevations there. A little easier to see without the shading. You can see on the right south elevation there on the left, there's a wing wall there that kind of encompasses that deck. I did attach a couple of renders at the last hour. I don't know if you were able to get those off the box folder, David, or not, but
they are there. They are very good. They're at the top.
Oh, you were able to see those? Okay.
They're very good. They really tell the story.
Okay, well, if you can bring those up, the 2 3D renderings, that might be helpful if you want.
They were possible to look in there? In the
Yeah,
box?
they're in the box. Yeah.
Which
It's called PN. they're called rendering. They're
Are they the new ones? They were just been uploaded today, so. Well, anyway, maybe it's not necessary for you to see them. But we can go on to the landscape plan. That was the other part that was important. We do have details. If you want to scroll down through these, you can see the details as well.
there's the one that says rendering 1 and rendering 2.
When were they?
Today by
So that's
Jody.
why I don't, if they were uploaded after the meeting started, and that's why they're not there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's not necessary. If you want to keep scrolling, David, that'd be great.
Most of the comments are landscape comments anyway.
Yeah, we can go to the landscape plan. There's our structural as well. So we've got everything in there. Civil and structural are all there. I believe the landscape is probably a separate set of drawings as well. So there's all our details. Using a hardy siding, be painted. I've got materials and colors in there, smooth plaster finish, stainless cable rail. We're gonna use aluminum clad, dark bronze, window and door. You can skip out of this stuff.
Separate.
Yeah, civil set in there and a landscape set. So whichever of those you can grab.
Well,
Are we waiting? Keep going.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Yeah, okay.
oh yeah, there is a yeah.
So to answer the question on the landscape, I'll keep moving on my verbal here. The oak tree that was there, we had an arborist report, Bill Spiewak, Bill Millett looked at it. And the tree actually was, it was an oak tree, but it was a trunk, a stump that had been cut. And these were volunteers that were springing out of it. So it was really kind of an awkward and unusual.
Bill, we're having a little difficulty here. So David, you look like you were opening the Mac OS file.
Oh, I tried it, but the other one didn't work.
The other one didn't work either?
No. It looks like, I'm not sure if there's just a.
Try taking it and dragging it onto the desktop. It seemed to work when I did that.
No. So what does it say?
I'm not sure.
It was giving me weird error
Parameters
Yeah, I
incorrect.
had to download it, extract it, and then I was finally able to open it.
You mean that plan is a zip, the one that says landscape PDF zip?
Yeah, so you have to download it out of the box too.
Oh, so I mean, I could maybe share my screen with it because I think it worked.
Okay.
What number are we on? 5.
5, yeah. So the arborist report stated that oak tree was volunteers coming out of a stump. And so we decided to remove it and replace it with 3 15-gallon oaks. So that is what we show. There we go. Okay. So the oak is the red X at the top of the site there on the north side. There you go. Anyway, we decided to remove that. It was going to be impacted certainly by our grading. We have bioswales on both the north and south side that lead down to a rain catchment down below, which is what that gravel rectangle is there on the left. And so we've added those 3 light green circles. There are 15-gallon oaks. We've also added additional, we had a very Spartan plan, which was duly noted. And so we've added a lot more fruit trees, which are the purple. And then the larger yellow are larger avocados. So we've got avocados, and oaks, and we've got some hedging around the perimeter. So we've really kind of greened that up a whole lot more. We do still maintain our bioswales on the sides of both top and the bottom drawing, which are on the north and south, and they lead down to that catch area down below. I think that covers all of the questions. I don't know if you're the issues that you have. The other red X there is a pepper on the site. So again, that wasn't particularly a grand specimen, but we removed that as well.
Okay. Good. And so some of the, consider larger screening trees besides fruit trees in side yard for screening. I guess they decided to stick with the fruit trees then.
That's what he did. I believe he added some hedging there though too, which I see, and I don't see that identified.
Right.
Ling Tex, I don't know what that is.
Ligustrum texanum, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
So printing on the whole thing, okay.
Yeah.
And then developed, we have irrigation and reload. You said there was an arborist report also?
There is, and it didn't make it into this. It's in the box folder as well. Unfortunately, it didn't make it in time. I realized it was missing, but Bill Millett did that report, photographed the one oak that was in question. And again, I mentioned that it was a stump, and those were volunteers that were coming out. And they're quite small volunteers still. They were probably 6 to 8 inch diameter, and probably 3 of them, and they were kind of in an awkward, scrubby looking fashion. So that's why we decided to scrap it and add 3 15 gallons and as a substitute.
Okay, so this is your grading plan.
Right, there you go. Showing the bioswale on the upper and bottom portion. And then we've got some hard pipe on the south side there to the entrance of that bioswale, and then taking it down to the rain garden, I guess, for lack of a better term there.
Well, it doesn't the grading of the swales, right?
Say that again, sorry, Chris.
Show the grading of the swales. It doesn't look like any topos were modified.
Yeah, that is kind of strange. Is there a grading plan? No, it says grading drainage. Huh.
Was there a civil?
Yeah, this is Joey Tosca's drawing, actually. I'm surprised he didn't show a little fold there at least.
Yeah, well, I guess we understand what swales look like.
Yes, yeah, he's got a detail, I think, in there showing that. Probably in one of the other drawing sheets.
Yeah.
There you go. So that's a landscapes drawing generally.
Having access around the exterior of the house, it looks like there's no path.
Oh yeah, so that's a
exterior of the house.
Good question. Well, let's see. Is there anything you want to share, Bill, before we get into questions?
No, I think we've got. I think that covers what I have.
Got it. Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes.
So let's bring it to the board then for questions.
Yes.
There you go. So questions from the board, yes.
I have one question. Robert just pointed out that maybe I was missing it. It doesn't look like there's circulation around the exterior of the house. I was misreading. I think there's maybe stepping stones, but they look like they would only be maybe 9 inches wide on the side with the fruit tree screening.
And it's very steep. That wouldn't
and it's
be
very
feasible.
steep, so I don't know that.
Yeah.
Is fire going to be okay with not having circulation around the outside of the house?
Well, as far as I know so far, and I can't remember, I believe we've got an FPC. Well, no, we don't have FPC yet because we have to get our LUP and then into building before they'll let FPC look at. But I did send it for their review, and I don't know if I got any comment back about we need to provide access. So if we do, I suppose then most likely we would take it down the south side with stepstones. Actually, I think they're showing stepstones there. They're really very small.
They're pretty, that's what they're.
Well, they're showing stepping stones, but also it's a very steep slope, so you couldn't have stepping stones on a slope. like
Yeah, it'd have to be some kind of a rock built in. Well, and also our bioswale's over there too, so we really would have to integrate that a little better. But we get halfway down the hill to the lower ADUs. So that stairway on the bottom part of the sheet, which is on the south side, leads to the lower level. So you're pretty far down the lot at that point to be able to walk reasonably flat across that area. So we could certainly add stepstones on that south side if fire would like that access over there. Does that make sense, Chris? You see?
Because it'll minimize the amount of screening that, but the hedge should do it. I had one other question. Was there a reason that you squeezed the mitigation oaks into that side yard? I think max they're 3 to 4 feet away from the foundation of the house.
And you got a privet hedge right on the
And there's a
other
hedge.
Yeah, well, I would be open, and I obviously didn't do the landscape, but I'd be open to moving them if you would prefer to the back or even in the front, if that made sense too. So I'm happy based on your desires to move them in any location that you thought would be better. I see how tight they could be there.
Yeah.
It was tight one, yeah.
If you're open to it.
Other questions? Anyone?
No.
No questions. All right, anyone from the public would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand.
The owner might be on, I don't know, Mike Brashears, I don't know if his name is.
Not seeing him, okay. So back to the board then for comments. Let's start at this end.
I'll make the comment for to relocate the mitigation oaks out of the side yard setback where they have a larger planting space and can be more effective as canopy trees. And then confirm that the fire department is either okay with the limited access around the side yards to the rear yard, or create a navigable route down at least one side yard to the rear yard.
Okay, and reconcile that with the bioswale.
Yeah.
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 I think too that the privet hedge is not drawn to scale in here, and it seems like there's a lot of planting that's potentially going to be crammed in the side of the home. So I just encourage whoever drew the landscape plan to study the scale of the plants and just make sure that they're going to work in the space as shown.
Okay.
And I agree with moving the oak trees to the front. Maybe they could replace the other 2 trees that are proposed there. And I think some of these symbols that are indicating fruit trees, and the fruit trees are going to be growing into each other in a period of time, and it's could potentially be a maintenance problem. So I just study the size of the symbol shown here.
Okay. For everything, I mean, the avocados are shown at maybe 10 feet, and those are going to get, quite large. Anyway, Mr. Verdiak.
No, I think it's a nice project. I have no comments.
Okay. Mr. Pujo.
I don't have any comments.
Okay. Vice Chair Bloomer.
Same comments as John.
Okay, so it appears to be mostly landscape comments. And we are here for prelim and final, but I think the landscape, and we can't give final for architecture and not for the whole. Well, I think that, the landscape plan needs to be further studied, and as Robert mentioned, show actual sizes, reconcile circulation, and maybe at the same time we can fix the grading plan. But I think the architecture seems fine, and you could probably go ahead and submit to the building department and come back on consent to fix the landscape and grading issues.
Okay, that's great. Yeah.
Definitely. We could do preliminary approval, right? And then return for on consent for final.
Sounds good.
Who wants to make the motion?
So move.
Mr. Pujo.
I'll second it.
Second.
Second, with the comments made. I mean, there was some
Yeah, with-
Yeah,
additions, yeah.
with, so preliminary approval with comments for landscape and grading, and we had about 3 seconds. But
Great. So submit, I can submit for Bill and maybe get at least FPC going as well.
exactly. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
So we didn't vote, but
All those in
go-
favor say aye.
yeah, all those
Aye.
in favor, aye. All the seconds. Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chris, and all.
Sounds good. I think we'll take a little 10-minute break and resume with item number 6 at 11 a.m. And
With item number 6736 Toro Canyon LLC, new residents, request of Shelby Messner Jenke and Heidi Jones from SEPS, agents for Danny and Ashley Carubian for conceptual review
of the demolition of accessory structures and residence and construction of a new residence of 4,353 square feet, guest house, 637 square feet, pool cabana, 158 square feet, garage, 604 square feet, workshop, 300 square feet, mudroom, 95 square feet, yoga room, 170 square feet, and gym of 390 square feet. Let's see, the proposed will require 1,566 cubic yards of cut and 672 of fill, 7.4 acre parcel located at 736 Toro Canyon Road in the Toro Canyon area. Do we have the applicants here? Please state your names for the record.
Yes, good morning, Chair and board members. This is Heidi Jones with SEPS. Our design team and landscape and architect team is here as well. We look forward to your comments today. Thank you for your time, and I'll pass it on to our team to go through our presentation.
Okay. And we let's try and keep our presentation to around 10 minutes. I'll set a timer and, give or take a few minutes, but try and be brief if you would, whenever you're ready.
All right.
Jonathan, you want to go?
Okay, sure. I can't get my video to work. Sorry. Maybe I'm not supposed to, but I'm Jonathan Feldman. I am leading the architect team, and here with me is Anjali Iyer. And we also have David Godshall, the landscape architect for Terremoto, doing the design. We haven't done one of these meetings before. Can you give us just a little bit of guidance of how much time you want us to do and what the main points you want us to cover so that we can be focused in what we're walking you through?
Yeah, so, we hope to keep it around 10 minutes and just kind of give us some idea of the site context, location, and then we'll run through the sheets, and you can just tell David here which sheet you want to be on and just kind of, explain the project to us. We're not too concerned with like floor plans. We're mainly an aesthetic board. So how does this, look from the outside? How does it affect neighbors and the neighborhood in general?
Okay. Anjali, are you controlling drawings that we can present?
No, I think they have the drawings.
Oh, they have them. Okay.
Yeah, and
right.
and I do want to say that these drawings are slightly outdated because we submitted to SFAR in advance of submitting for the land use permit package, where the renderings are more, I guess, more evolved. But I think the concept still holds true. So we're happy to pull up more recent renders if that's an option.
Okay, great. Can we go to the next slide? So there is an existing house here, a few detached buildings, and it's a remote site. So the context with the neighbors is pretty detached, pretty hard to notice this property from roads or any other public access. Even neighbors, I believe, don't have any direct lines of sight, anyone who's close. So the large property allows us a lot of privacy, and there's a large number of mature oak trees on the property as well that also kind of screen the building site. So in general, we're building in roughly the same location as the existing house. The existing house is old and not in great shape and does not take advantage of kind of the nicer aspects of this site. It was sort of, we think, plopped on there in a way that was pretty rigid and not in conversation with the site. There's a strong creek on the side that we wanted to kind of open the building up to a little bit more in terms of views and outdoor spaces, in addition to kind of the views of the ocean that are in the distance. Maybe we go to the site plan. I think these are just overall renderings. The general, actually go up one, I'm sorry. Just it is worth noting that just sort of the general idea here was to break down, it's a fair amount of program, And it was to break down into smaller structures or smaller volumes that are linked in a way that will allow us to work our way around the contours and the existing trees and create sort of smaller moments and conversations with the landscape. So that was our intent, and we envision kind of these natural materials of plaster and stone and softscape and heavily planted in the proximity of the building to kind of nestle in there. Maybe we'll go down to the next one. So this is the existing plan, kind of showing where the building with its sort of consolidated footprint is sitting. And it's sort of on the edge of the oak trees to the north and sort of more of an open hillside meadow to the south. We'll go one more. Yeah, nothing there. Keep going, please. So this is sort of our proposed site of how we're linking these buildings around an internal courtyard to create a series of spaces, all single story, that step down the hillside so that no one of them presents a very tall wall or mass and kind of differs to the trees. David and Anjali, anything you want to point out on the site plan level before we get into more specifics?
Sure. Can you hear me, Jonathan?
Yes, you're clear. Thanks.
My name is David Gottschall, and I'm a landscape architect at Terremoto, and we're the landscape architects on the project. And to just quickly kind of glom on to what Jonathan is saying, it's our utmost it's our utmost priority to be like kind of very kind to the existing conditions on site. As you can see, kind of to the east of the site, there is a really beautiful intact riparian watershed, and you'll notice that the footprint of what we're doing is really kind of just staying away from that in order to simply protect it as a wildlife corridor. The trails, like kind of the serpentine little trails you see, our intention with those is they are no more built than like a desire line and or a little bit of gravel on the ground. We've tried to keep impermeable paving to a sheer minimum throughout the site in its entirety, and really doing minimal planting underneath the oak trees, but like with understory plants that are endemic to those sorts of conditions of existing under oaks. And we're focusing our quote unquote like landscaping to kind of just around the house, and then really letting like the edges of the property kind of blur into just the natural habitat that they are now, which is quite beautiful. From like a zoomed out landscape perspective, that's kind of, those are our main objectives and thoughts.
Great. Let's move on.
Sure, please.
I think we can pause on this diagram for a second. So this shows the existing footprint. So some of the improvements that are being proposed is we are proposing a new driveway that is in fair proximity to where the existing driveway and gates are, but we are widening it to maintain fire truck standards. We are demolishing the accessory structure, the guest house that is to the right side, which of this plan, which you see overlaps with the riparian setbacks, which is determined by the biologists. So a good part of what we're doing is actually eliminate a lot of construction that falls within the sensitive habitat zones that have been identified in the latest report. Similarly, with the trees, I guess we are making more room for a lot of the mature existing trees. It's a very wooded site. And per our artist report, there's an inventory of 25 trees in close proximity of, I guess, these built homes. And we're proposing to remove just one oak. And per the artist analysis, we are looking at, I think, significant mitigation for 4 other mature trees, but we are really keen on having them, on saving them and keeping them alive. Next slide.
Next.
keep going.
Then we can skip the civil drawings. Yeah. Yeah, that's I mean, that's a good diagram, A 1.00, if you could zoom into that. So I think the areas that are shaded in gray give a clear sense of what the building footprint is. As you can see with all the circles and the yellow and the green outlines, there is just a lot of constraints that we are dealing with. So I think what we're really trying to do is, make the architecture fit the site in as discrete fashion as possible. And of course, the massing of the buildings, that's an important focus because there is severe topography that we're dealing with as well. So the buildings really are stepping down along the hillside, and they're scaled so that they're not, too massive, and we are well within the maximum height limits that have been, set out as part of the county regulations. If you could go to the elevation sheets, maybe we can walk through that. So so maybe that sheet first, so that gives an overall, I guess it's a site elevation. You can really see how the buildings are just responding to whatever the natural contour is, and they're stepping up and down. The dashed lines show what our maximum limits are. So we've tried to, cut sections that are accurate and tracing the actual topography. So we're well within our maximum allowable heights. We do have small projections, which we feel are allowed within the exemptions, since it's less than 400 square feet and 10% of the surface area that's allowed to exceed the criteria. Architecturally, I think if we want to just touch upon that, and so the idea is these are all really simple monolithic forms, clad in stucco with accents of stone grounding them, with steel windows at certain parts of the program and wood windows on others. So it really is meant to meld into its natural surroundings.
Maybe just to add, maybe it's obvious, but because of the topography in this, the breaking up of these buildings really does let us step down the hillside in a way that a more kind of continuous and consolidated footprint might create a much more bulky and massive presentation and experience from the outside. And also what you're not seeing here, of course, is all the trees that are in close proximity to the house, which will tower over this. So we do feel like we are creating successfully a very nestled into the hillside and into the forest result from the way we're distributing the program.
Maybe we could go back to the sheets with the renders and revisit the aesthetics of these forms.
Book 4, I think.
So the bottom right view, that's the approach. And again, I must apologize, we didn't have all the landscape overlays down here, which actually show a much more lush landscape that are screening these buildings significantly. And we do intend green to grow on some of these walls, which are blank. So the bottom right view is the approach, and you get into the auto court. If you're seeing the garage to the left there, and the accessory structures that sit on top of it or are staggered at an intermediate level behind it. One is the yoga room, and the one with the trellis structure above it is a gym. To the right of the driveway, I guess, would be the guest house there. And you go further into what becomes a courtyard, which you can see in the top right view. So that's the approach to the courtyard, and that takes you to the main entry. And the top left view is a frontal view of the entry. Once you're into the courtyard, you have a series of flight of stairs that leads up to a roof deck. Basically the connector around the courtyard is just a steel glazed hallway that connects to all the rooms. In the bottom left image is an aerial view from the southeast corner, which shows the pool cabana. Of course, it's not showing the landscape regrading, which our rendered drawings show at this point. So the pool is a lot more nestled, rather than the edge that's sticking out in this image. This modest sized cabana with a trellis structure. At the background, we see the great room with its outdoor patio, which is also trellised. And that's the rest of the program. I think the intent is for all the volumes to have green roofs that are native, softening these forms a little further, with the exception of that one roof deck, which is meant to be archetypal.
Okay, so that was the 10-minute bell. If you want to, maybe we can run towards the end of the set, and I think we were on somewhere around 19. See if there's anything else we need to see.
Yeah,
So-
Heidi Jones here. I just want to mention quickly, as you're scrolling down to the landscape plans, that there are site improvements with over 41,000 square feet of upgrades. The low water use, low maintenance plant palette with trees, hedges, shrubs, and perennials and grasses. One oak tree is required to be removed, and impacts have been identified for 4. So we do have mitigation oak plantings of 9 15-gallon oak trees, as well as 6 60-gallon oak tree replacements. And here are the landscape plans, and I'll pass it back to our team.
Thanks for that. David, do you want to add anything on this sheet?
Nothing beyond it. I think it simply gets to the fact that we are abiding by all of the environmental protection measures as it relates to not building underneath certain offsets from the protected riparian corridor.
Do you have an arborist on board?
We do. Bill Spivak, and we do have the August report at hand, which was submitted as part of our LUP package.
Okay.
In addition, we consulted with Watershed Environmental on the environmental constraints from the setbacks.
And this drawing in large part shows kind of landscape materials. So there is a small kind of, I'd say mid, but appropriately scaled lawn, but then all the other planting areas are going to be a mix of native species with Mediterranean kind of drought tolerant plantings. And this kind of just, I guess it's self-explanatory in what is stone paving and what is gravel.
Keep moving, David.
And yep, these are just kind of blow-ups of all of these zones if further depth is helpful.
All right. Okay, any last minute items to share and before we go to questions?
I think we do.
Yeah, no, we look forward to your questions and feedback.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question about materials. What kind of stone are you proposing?
For the house?
Yes. There seems to be some stone cladding in the
So, and Jonathan, please weigh in, but at least at this point, the intent is to find a stone that is very similar in look and feel to a lot of the existing natural boulders on the site. So that was a big part of picking the material palette.
You mean like a sandstone? Is that what you're talking about, sandstone? That would be the boulders, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and there are tons of boulders scattered throughout the site, and there are a ton of existing stone walls, a number of existing stone walls on the site. So we are really tapping into that palette. We may even be able to repurpose and collect some of the stones on the site, or find some stones that are very similar.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Were there any site photographs from the street? I think this would be the page above this one.
Yeah.
Do you have any views into the site from the public right of way?
We do have them, but it's not in this presentation.
Okay, so we can maybe bring those next time.
Sure, and I think we don't have them really because there's nothing to see, but we will provide you with those.
Right, just to see the entry gate and then.
No, absolutely, yeah.
Are you changing any of the entry? Does the gate stay the same? It looks like the configuration is the same. So
Anjali, do you want to trust? The point of entry is the same, and then
Sorry, I
we're,
didn't catch
as
that, yeah.
she pointed out, widening it once we get in. I'm not sure where we landed on terms of the existing gate. Do you know, Anjali?
I think David can speak to that.
Great.
We are slightly shifting and widening the existing point of entry to accommodate the updated fire truck needs. In terms of the materiality of the gate, we were thinking something wood, kind of a gray that would eventually just age out quite nicely, but we can provide further information. If I'm sensing that visuals from the street are important, so we can easily put something together that kind of illustrates our intention of what it would look like from the street.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
No.
Okay, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. And we also have, yeah, go ahead and step up on a microphone. And you'll have 2 minutes when you're ready.
Yeah, I live right across the street, and I mean, it's not true that it's all hidden. I mean, I actually look right down on it, especially the swimming pool. So my question is, at what stage is this? There'll be a lot of other reviews, or?
This is a conceptual hearing, so we'll look at the big picture items now, and next would be a preliminary approval, which is kind of the big approval, and after that is a final with all the detailing. So a minimum of 3 meetings.
And I'll be notified of those stages? Received a notice of this.
Yeah, then you'll want to make sure you contact their planner or David here to get those notices in, or pay attention to our agendas as they come up.
Okay, so I can give my information to David now?
Yes. Okay. Any other statements regarding the project?
No, I'm glad they're keeping it on the existing development, except for the pool, which I have cultivated vegetation to try and screen it, but it's really very close, right across Toro Canyon Road, and I'm the closest resident, have the closest resident.
Okay.
While you're still on the mic, I'm sorry, can you just state your name for the record?
Douglas Hall.
Just for our reference, where are you located in relationship to the property? Maybe we can speak
Across the street. And up. It's
to the west.
The little house there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And Douglas, I'm more than happy to speak with you. And if the view to the new pool is of concern, I'm happy to speak offline with how we can, through vegetation on our side as well, kind of mitigate that, if that's a concern.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? We have one phone-in listener. I don't know if there's specific direction for them.
So *6 to unmute yourself, *9 to raise your hand. So if you want to speak on this item.
Okay. Phone number ends in 1388 if you wanted to speak on this item.
It's *6.
It's *6. Okay, so it could be for another item. Oh.
David, this is Dennis. It's for another item. Items 8 and 9. Thanks very much.
All right, so that concludes the public comment, and we'll bring it back to the board for our comments. Mr. Peugeot?
Yes, David, if we can put it on the.
Oh, hang on.
You can put the renderings in there on the page. I think with a couple of, go down one more. That's it. There you go. Perfect, right there. Yeah, maybe show the one at the bottom. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Great. No, I think the general concept of breaking up the mass into small modules so we can, I think it's a good idea. It's a good concept. It's well executed. And yeah, I think it works. My only comment would be on the type of materials used. I think the plaster is really white. It could be toned down, but also I think the stone is not really it's not working out well. You're going to use sandstone. Sandstone is a soft stone. The way it is Santa Barbara as a gravity walls and buildings is a softer element, and it seems like it clashes a little bit with the style of architecture that is proposed. So the stone could be cut and have a different pattern, not the traditional Spanish colonial revival that we are used to seeing. And it could work with this style, but I think right now the way it's rendered and the material itself doesn't seem to work so well with the style of the house. That's really all I have. I think that it does look a little stark with all that white, all those white elements. It seems like a little bit overpowering. I think the use of the darker fascias on the eaves, I mean on the roof edges, and the stone on the fireplace and on some of the walls. I think that works well, but again, as I see, I think it's the wrong kind of pattern and maybe material. Anyway, that was my comments.
It's also, if it is Santa Barbara sandstone, this has a very gray look.
Yeah, no,
to
this,
it.
yeah, it's not, but that's why I ask. But it does show like some kind of a bigger stone and seems like a rougher, more. It just seems like with this style, maybe if it was someplace else, I would use like a ledge stone, something crisp and emphasizing maybe the horizontal lines, joints, or something like that. That's just a personal thing. But I just think that it clashes a little bit with the style of the house.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak?
Well, I think the concept that conforming to the contours and surrounding courtyard and the one story is very much appreciated, and I think it's very successful. I think that I also question the white exterior. I think that the maybe a site visit is should be necessary. I think that the it's hard to read your elevations. They're very light line, and I think it would be important to show the entire elevation instead of I mean, they seem to be piecemeal, and hard to read. And overall, I think that the concept is very strong, and I think it'll be very successful. That'd be my comment.
Okay, Mr. Richards?
I'd like to see some more information about the visibility into the site and the screening around the outside of it, if there's going to be any additional planting. It looks like from your drone images, there's some existing screening along the edge of the property, so maybe that could be demonstrated in the landscape plans. And if any of that's going to change, it sounds like the neighbor's somewhat concerned about that. The landscape plan is tough to read because the abbreviations are so small. So maybe on the next version, the font could be larger. It's kind of an effort to go through it. The configuration of the gate. Right now, you're showing your gate hinging uphill, so it's going to take a special design to make that work. So I'd like to see whatever the design of the gate's going to be, and then if there's going to be any wing walls or so just some more detail of what that is. And then any information about what the roof arc's going to be would be cool. So I think the architecture and the layout of the site's fun, and there's a few items I thought that might be able to be added in there, but other than that, I think the overall concept is exciting. The renderings are cool. So.
Ms. Grubb?
I agree with Robert's comments, and I too was kind of noticing the lack of canopy trees to the west of the pool area and the lower ADU, or the small house that's to the south of the main house. It's not incorporating. I think there's a opportunity there to create screening and just kind of balance out the site, because the rest of the site is so heavily forested.
All right, thank you all. I don't really have anything to add. I agree with the previous comments.
Chris.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Bloomer.
I actually agree with John's comments, but I did want to make some comments. I'm not in love with the color palette either, or the finish palette as it is. It just seems like it could use a little bit more study, but I think specifically the renderings are deceiving. They don't really show the integration of the landscape and hardscape and how the project kind of nestles into the site. So the renderings don't show a lot of color in the vegetation or variation. So it's kind of green, black, and white are the primary colors of these renderings. But I'd like to see some effort or get some effort to come back and kind of present how the project connects to the site and the landscaping. It doesn't seem to be portrayed other than in the landscape plan. The pool kind of seems to be just sitting out there. Shape of the pool indicates it's like an infinity edge, doesn't really show how that works. There's usually a gutter for that. And could be further terracing of the site and landscaping, and it's just not shown. I'm not sure. It's hard to understand what kind of thing kind of sits in the ground. So I think, I guess what I'm saying is that the palette might not be an issue. I think as contrast with the landscape, it might actually be quite nice. So maybe the way to achieve getting the palette presented is to present the materials of the building along with the plant palette, show how they work together to kind of bring it all home. So that's my comment.
I'd like to add one thing. David, could you go to A004 again? That, this rendering in the lower left-hand corner is it seems like there's a building on top, a room on top. Does that exceed the height limit there?
It does not, no.
And in fact, that building is the one that you see adjacent to it to the right. So you can kind of see how much the hill is stepping up. It's a little deceptive in the image on the left, but a different view of that same taller element is on the right, which kind of can show you how grade is climbing up steeply there.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, I don't have anything to add, but I agree with the previous comments. I really like how this the modules work with the site and step down with the site. And it's really apparent in the elevations, but I think the elevations do and maybe should show a little bit more in the way of more of a rendered form, so we can kind of see what materials are where, rather than just a black and white drawing and labels. And maybe even this page that we're on now seems to be the one we're on most of this meeting. So I think more renderings would be helpful, considering how sort of broken up this compound is. So yeah, and then also I think Josh has a point that some landscape and the architecture seem to be sort of working independently, and then we just want to see how those two really meld together. But overall, I'd say positive comments from us. And so I think to return next time for preliminary when you are ready with the comments.
Thank you.
Alex.
Thank you.
Thanks, thank you.
Thank you. Alex Tuttle, did you need any clarification on comments?
John had asked about a site visit. Was there any consensus there?
Well, it seems like we need better photos, and anybody's welcome to drive by the site.
It's a one-story project.
Yeah.
We usually don't.
Yeah, to me, it doesn't seem.
They have story poles. No.
I mean, once it can, we usually don't do, that kind of thing for one-story buildings, right?
Right. Yeah, nothing's really, there's not a mass bulk and scale issue, and there's no real two-story elements. To me,
Okay.
I don't
All
think
right.
story poles are necessary, but that doesn't mean a site visit's not in order. So I think we just don't have proper photos showing what the exposure is to the public views at this point. So
I mean, the only thing that could be done is maybe more landscaping to shoot something, I
Yeah.
guess, but it's not really, it's not a prominent side of the company.
Yeah, so I think the comment is bring more photos showing views from the street and bolster the screen planting on the landscape plan on the western portions of the site.
That's clear. Thank you.
Alex? Does that work for you? We'll assume yes. All righty, thank you all.
Thank you.
On item number 7.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Via Real LLC development request of Laurel Perez for further conceptual review of a residential development consisting of 25 new single-family homes averaging 3,247 square feet in size, 15 condos averaging 1,240 square feet in size. That's 5 bedroom, 5 one-bedroom, 9 two-bedrooms, and 1 3-bedroom unit. This also includes the demolition of all the existing structures on site, which is 10 apartment units, a main house, cottage, tack room, utility shed, horse corrals, and tanks. This is a 11.5 acre parcel located at 3250 and 3282 Via Real in the Toro Canyon area. Last heard June 17th of this year. And we do have a planner memo, which is rather long, I believe. Is that what you have here? Okay, so the planner comments are as follows. The project has received approval at the County Planning Commission and is working towards final map recordation and issuance of the approved permits. After receiving approval, the applicant has proposed changes to the project, which require a substantial conformity determination. P&D staff is currently processing the SCD and is hopeful that it will be completed soon. However, the project cannot receive preliminary approval until after the SCD is processed. The applicant has prepared plans that show prelim approval level of detail and is looking for feedback with the hopes that when they return after the SCD is approved, they can address any additional comments from the SBAR at that future meeting. Also to note that since the project was previously seen by the SBAR on June 17th, the applicant has made changes to the water feature located near the center of the parcel. David, can you scroll down to page 5 on this? Because it goes through the project description. And I just had a question for, do we have the planner? He's here, okay. So I'm just curious about this request for concession waiver or modification. Is there a modification being requested here of some sort?
Hi, this is Chris Schmuckel. I'm the planner. This is related to the state density bonus law. So they're not requesting a modification as the standard like modification that you hear from planning and development. This is a modification to the development standards specifically through that state density bonus law.
Okay. And then while we have you, Chris, is there anything else? I don't want to read all this entire thing. So anything else in here that we should be aware of?
No, so I think you covered it. I believe that the applicant has shown some of the project changes at the last meeting, maybe like 2 months ago. And so the only new change that you haven't seen yet is the water feature change. And Laurel, the agent's here, and she'll go into all the details about the project.
Okay, and I'll turn that over to you in just a second. I'm going to read through our comments from the last time real quick as well. Let's see, A, project changes are acceptable. B, left elevations on several of the designs should be improved regarding window placement. C, study integrity between elevations and floor plans to make the homes appear as custom as possible, carrying over certain fenestration details and roof configurations from prior design. D, study opportunities for varied materials to facilitate less homogeneous designs. E, need fully developed landscape plan with sufficient planting to help soften relatively closely developed homes. And so to the applicant, please state your name for the record and present whatever your changes are and try and keep it to somewhere around 10 minutes.
Okay, good morning, Chair Gilliland, board members. I'm Laurel Fisher Perez with SEPS Planning and Permitting Services representing Santa Barbara Polo Villas residential development. And a lot of what I was going to say has just been covered. Quickly though, the water feature has actually been removed from the project since the last time you saw it. We all agree that it made good sense from a planning standpoint, especially in a period of long extended severe drought and What you'll see today are the revised plans that Gervin Associates have prepared that reflect this area as a more of a common usable open space. So it's all been landscaped. That area, that central area, will still serve as the project's water retention and detention basin. In addition to that, a lot of the other changes that you're going to see today will be presented by Colin Liu with Robert Heidi Associates, our project architect, and they respond to the design direction that you gave us at the June meeting. In addition, lot 6, the home footprint on that, we noticed between the last meeting and this one that the approved location of that footprint was only 5 feet away from an existing water well. So we've revised that footprint. So now we provide 15 feet distance from the existing water well, which will be retained and served for irrigation purposes for the project. And just real quickly, the modification that you mentioned, Chair Gilliland, that was a modification that's already been approved by the County Planning Commission when they took action on the project. No further modifications. I think with that, I'll go ahead and introduce the design team, and George Gervin with Gervin Associates will take it from here.
Afternoon. I'll make the landscape portion fairly brief. I think there's only been some additional detailing done and some imagery to show as we move into preliminary. So if we could pull to the first overall plan, L0.1, the master plan. There we go. So as was mentioned in the middle, do we still have a pointer available? Ah, there we go. Great. Myself. So this is the area that Laurel was pointing out. We used to have a water feature here with a path system around. In the center, we have a wooden deck with built-in seating, some great oak trees. On the left side was a bioretention area within some additional seating and lawn area. In assessing it with the required grading and the slopes needed for the pond and the overflow, we've decided to take it out. And where we always had shown this kind of perennial stream that was going to be the overflow for the retention in the pond, that was going to be coming into the bioretention area here as required, we've decided to remove the pond, develop more of a usable lawn area for the residents, actually extend the perennial creek, if you will, into where the deck is, and add some additional oak trees and some of the Platanus racemosa to make this much more of an extension of the dry creek that runs all the way. Will highlight where it crosses the road as if it was a bridge and enters the bio retention area. So we think it's a better use of the land, more usable for the residents as it will be there. So we're happy with this. We think it takes less grading, steeper slopes, and a more usable area. The other thing that we're looking at now is just sharing the materials. You've seen the preliminary planting plans that have been approved. We've started to develop detailed planting plans around the condominium area, and we've developed in the package one detailed where the entry into these units on the property line on the west has been developed. We have one of the model units up here that we've developed in more detail, and we'll show you some of the character detailing that we're going to be proposing on the project. Let's move to the L0.2A, if you would. Thank you. So this is a blow up of the corner of the development. I guess there was a question last time where we had the entries on the parking lot. They've been moved around to this end. and do so, we've been able to landscape the riparian area as part of the entry sequence. We're using low wrought iron fencing. This is the 8-foot property line wall that will be planted with vines. Each entry is offset from the door. There is a small little patio space, interesting planting and trees, creating a sense of entry each of the units. There will be lighting provided, low walkway lighting, as well as lighting at the entry into the gated area. Along the parking area, we're developing some screening with a low wall and then some evergreen planting like New Zealand flax and some other things that will help mitigate the view of lights into the bedrooms and create a soft landscape entry on the parking lot side. Again, just some of the imagery of the plant materials, the jacarandas, the different trees and things that are being proposed for the blow up. We will be doing detailed development on every one of the units as we move forward. Next, please. Let's go to the next one. This is a model unit with one of the open space walkways for the residents coming into the central open space area. Again, uniforming the idea of really kind of celebrating the riparian nature of this site with the creek that is going through a major renovation of riparian planting, pulling some of that planting in as an informal development of the road system using many of the Platanus racemosa, the oaks, some minimal palms, but keeping that streetscape very rural, very much like the riparian corridor that we're developing. Again, showing some of the characterization of the planting for color, keeping it into the grasses and the blues and the native planting that'll be appropriate that is being used for the riparian area. Next, please. These are just site images. Again, the whole site plan is based on utilizing the borrow landscape from the homes of the ridge lines, using the creek, the vocabulary of the creek, the polo fields. This is the area that is being redeveloped and trying to really establish that sense of place where it is on the property. Next plan. These are some of the sections that have been developed. This is the creek coming through. There's a 50-foot setback on the top of each of the banks. It's all being replanted, reestablished as part of the riparian. There is a trail that'll be coming through, decompose the units that are sitting or setting back with a low stone wall separating them. This is a section of the walkway to the units, the 8-foot wall that will be planted with the cissus vine and the low wrought iron in the entry gardens before you enter the unit. This is a section against one of the neighbors where we have the public path, an 8-foot path, where we've put a hedge against the neighbor's fences, putting in then a privacy fence along the resident, and then replanting a hedge and planting to separate the walkway from the resident. Next, please. Typical sections of the roadway and the streetscape, the east elevation dropping down to the polo field, keeping the slopes very shallow so we get good planting for mitigation for privacy to the patios. This is a section from Rio, the frontage road that parallels with the 10-foot high sound wall, berming up against that wall, planting that, providing then a decomposed granite pathway off of the roadway for guests. This is then just a long section through what used to be the pond with the usable area, the dry creek, the raised wood deck area for seating, and then the riparian on the other side. Next, please. Let's go to the imagery of some of the site materials, if you will.
That's the 10-minute mark.
There we go, stop. So some of the vocabulary that will be used throughout the project, the low stone walls, the wrought iron to let the landscaping run through, between units, we will use this horizontal cedar siding to provide privacy to side yards, kind of a composition of the landscape for the walkways, the native areas, the planting along the creek, some of the trees that are being used, some of the raised wood decks, the streetscape with the trees along the drives. Next, please. Materials, again, colored concrete, soft finish, beige color using the DG, so it's very similar. Santa Barbara sandstone. This is an idea of the sound wall that would be a block that has a nice split face with the vines on it, cedar vines on the wall between the residents, some special paving on patios, separate areas on the street that will look like a bridge. We're using a pressed plank concrete to look like wood decks on the public area by the pond, what's just to be the pond, and this wrought iron with the landscaping. Be happy to answer any questions relating to the overall landscape and site development.
I think are you still going to present architecture?
I just want to introduce then Colin. He'll walk you through the architectural changes. Thank you very much.
So again, we're already beyond there.
I'll be very brief. And really all we're doing, what we did from the last SBAR meeting was that we made further refinements to the elevation facades, looking at all the windows, but paying attention to providing variations, varieties in the window grouping. David, if you could go to page 3 of the optimized one. It's not this one, it's the other one. Yes, please go. Nope. Yes, please go to page 3, please. So in addition to the feature windows at the front elevations, which we are introducing multiple feature elements, we're looking at the window composition, window groupings, that we are using one type of window system that are molded together, another one that are with a 6x post in the middle. The third grouping is a window system with wood paneling on the bottom that gives it an overall more vertical read. Now, in terms of window divided lights, we're introducing full divided lights, like the example shown on the very right-hand side, then the top 50%, then top 25%, and then no divided lights. So with these, and then pair with various window trim dimensions, some have full wrap trim around it, some have only window sill trim at the bottom. So we're hoping that this will provide enough variations to the window systems. With a color scheme, I'll just use this example. What you're seeing is these white lines around the footprints are indicating white color siding or board and batten locations. The gray color lines are representing gray color board and batten or horizontal siding. The beige color line that you're seeing here are representing the stone veneer that mimics the Santa Barbara sandstone finish. So we're paying close attention to where the accent wall materials are located, accent colors are located, so that we're trying to provide as much varieties as possible. So, and then I'll just use 2 minutes to talk about this lot 6, which is located right here. David, if you could go to the optimized 2, the PDF, and then go to page number 12 of 45. So unfortunately, we uncovered that there is it got lost. So I'll continue. So we, the previous approved plan shows it's a 2-story structure. However, it was only showing with a 5-foot away.
Oh, sorry.
If you could go to, page, so it is.
It might just be.
Page 12, page 12. Yep. To zoom in, see if they would appear.
Oh.
We close and reopen it. No, 7. Us. Where are we?
Volume 2, yeah. Page 12. All right, so you just have to trust me for, so
I love it.
what we're doing is we're introducing a 2-story, a partial 2-story, where the second floor sits in the middle of the plan. So the edges on both the left and right side are staying with a 1-story look. If you could go to page 13, which I believe it's there. Yep. So from the street, this is what that street, the elevation looked like. It's a turn-in garage, and so on the right side, it's a motor court. That's where the existing well is located. So that's how we're staying 15 feet away from that. So that's kind of, this is a quick concept massing study. I don't want to take up too much of your time. We're able to answer any questions you might have. So that's all.
Thank you very much. Okay. Back to the board for questions on architecture or landscape. Anyone?
No.
No questions? Okay. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand, which I believe is *6 to talk. We have a hand up, but it's been up for a while. Caller ending in 386.
I believe that's Dennis. They keep wanting to talk on it.
Okay, so we are going to be having a lunch here soon. So just so you all know, whoever's waiting around, we're about to take an hour off before we get to items 8 through 12. So it looks like there are no other hands going up for public comment on this project. And so we'll bring it back to the board for our comments. Mr. Verdiak.
Well, I had some comments on specific projects on specific buildings, like, let's see, the plan on lots 12 and 14. What is the siding material there? Can we go to lot 12 and 14?
Any idea what page that might be on?
Which elevation, can you tell me?
Well, my question was, what is the siding material?
Okay, so David, can you go to the color material boards that we submitted? So they're horizontal sidings. I want to say they're either 6 inches or 8-inch horizontal sidings, as well as board and band. So that's.
It's hard to read, like plan 3A on lots 18 and 14.
Be hard to find.
So if you, David, if you could go to the optimized 1, page 33.
It's the one.
Yeah. Yes. Like rear elevations, there are kind of stark, blank. I mean, could that be developed further or modified?
This one here?
Yeah, the lower left-hand elevation.
The one labeled right elevation.
Left hand. You mean this the right elevation? Yes, that is the elevation that has the garage side. It's more of a utilitarian side. It has the garage located on the very right side of it with the garage main door, and then a bathroom where those two small windows are located, and then a bedroom at the back. So, and I believe we are 5 feet away. David, if you could zoom in on the lower left corner. Yep, keep going down. Yep, right there. If you could enlarge that. Yep. So as you can see, there it is sitting just very, it's not a very prominent elevation. It's more of a utilitarian site that we're exposing the courtyard side to the corner for this lot here. So
well, comment stands. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Mr. Peugeot, comments?
Yeah, I remember making comments last time, and the comments have been addressed. I think we can quickly show some pages. I think we should kind of show. If you go to 22, for instance, I think they have. Okay, right. That's 22. We were talking about the left elevation and so forth. And if you go to which is 26, I think they have been addressed as well. 26, right?
36.
This happened.
26. Sorry.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, I went through all of them, and I'm pretty happy. I mean, I think there were some minor issues, and they've been resolved. I have no final comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Richards.
From a landscape standpoint, I think the plans demonstrate that it's very well developed, and the plant choices are great. I love the concept imagery. Obviously, you guys have been through the process for a while, but it's my first time looking at these plans, and I love that in the middle of the project, there's an open space for people to enjoy that now has a functional drainage feature. So I commend you on the landscape plans. I give a positive comments.
Okay. Mr. Vice Chair Bloomer, comments? Josh, comments?
Yeah, I'm just looking at.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? You know, on the condominiums, where you had the, the parking, the entrance to the building on the other side of the parking, you couldn't find a better solution to that. I think that's a difficult situation where a person parks a car and then has to walk all the way around the whole complex to the entry on the other side. I mean, we objected to that last time. Have you studied that problem again? And obviously,
yes. I think that, yes, we did discuss that during the last meeting, SBAR meeting. I thought that the consensus at the end of the last meeting was that we will be okay to proceed with entry located on the left side. I think that the trade-off is that it's really the access to the private yards. One will have to walk through a bedroom to get into that, to get to the private yards. Also, the motel room-like feel that you're stepping out of a parking area and opening it, your front door is located right there, and that also it also hurts the furnishability of the livability of the plants. So I thought that's what we discussed.
Yeah, I think we got over it. I mean, it was kind of unfortunate, but better than the alternative.
All right.
All right, Mr. Bloomer.
Just while you're up there, can you respond again to the comment about the window placements? And I was looking at the note in the comments. It's odd. It says left elevations on several of the designs. I don't know what left means, but
right there.
It was, for example, those 3 windows. We adjusted the roof line so that we, and also adjusted the floor plan so that we now have windows that is centered and to the gate, that the overall gable massing.
I think my comment last time was about previous design and the kind of the quality of the kind of more custom looking windows. Trying to bring some of that around. You feel, show us where you've done that.
Yes, you will see that, for example, these, David, if you could enlarge the rear elevation, those 6 window groupings there. So what these windows are recessed 6 inches from the horizontal siding. We're introducing wood panelings on the bottom of these windows. The sidings do return back to the window wall. There are no trims around these windows. So this is just one area here. If you could go to David. If you could go to Optimize 2, page 7. So at the front elevation, you see that that's been revised to a sliding barn shutter around the windows. The shutters are the same size as the window opening. So true, if they are to be operable, they'll be able to close completely. And then we're introducing these wood cage details at some of the front as well as the rear elevations. And so we're trying to minimize the repetitiveness of the windows. You see that in this case, we're introducing a 6x6 post between the windows. So and some of them have transom on top of, some of them do not. So
all right, so my comments would be, Chris, that just in terms of comment B from the last time, it seems like the applicant satisfactorily addressed the design on the windows and fenestration. And the varied, I think also on the varied materials, and also kind of the patterning that's being discussed here. I think that also handles the item D, for more opportunities for less homogeneous designs, which I think the applicant's gone out of their way to really address that. I think they've come up with some nice solutions. So other than that, I don't disagree with any of the previous comments. I'll just say those 2 things.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think I agree. I think all the moves you made are in the right direction. I think one of the things that I remember Valerie talking about was that in terms of, maybe you can just give me a quick synopsis. The roof material is how does that vary throughout the site?
We're treating not that we fully took heart of the needs for to provide variations and varieties, but we're also thinking we're treating this as a village, so that the roof materials are all comp shingle roof, and there are some in some area where we're introducing accent roofs. There are standing seam metal roofs that are painted similar color, darker color gray. So that's my response.
Okay, yeah, and I think Valerie's comment was that the previous iteration of this was a little bit more modern, more flat roofs. So, and I think the newly proposed layout and architecture was kind of roofy, if you will, and I think that's still sort of happens here. So that would be my only comment, is to encourage maybe a little bit more variation, or maybe comp shingle is okay, but a little bit variation in color, even if it's like some darker gray, a little bit lighter gray. Just, I don't think you want one homogenized roof material color palette, especially for the roof throughout. Anyone have?
Well, it's just like, like when you go to Europe and you go to an Italian city and all of the roof is color sienna because and all the roofs are the same.
Yeah.
So maybe there is something there that, like all of the houses, somewhat they're different, but they all have the same style, right? Like,
Yeah.
so like, like you can see how a metal roof will match the asphalt shingles. You could see that. But then if you go to, let's say, a cement tile, then it would be a disaster.
Yeah, right.
So I mean, there gotta be some compatibility because they're
Yeah.
all kind of together. So there's a fine line, I think. in
How
my
many
opinion.
structures have the standing seam metal roof? Do you know?
The standing seams are located at very small portion of the roof. I don't think that it's really worth. So let me try.
It doesn't have to be everyone. I'm just curious, like percentage wise.
If you could, I want to say
Parts of
maybe 40% of the single family detached
or standing seam.
No, with limited accent.
Oh, I see.
Standing seams. For example, David, let's just try page 26 of the optimized one. That's the plan 2A. So that one doesn't have it. If you could go to page 30. So if you could zoom in on the rear elevation, the right portion.
Okay, so 40% of the homes have little accent.
Yeah, these type of accent, and they are truly limited to accent only.
Okay.
Well, in your asphalt shingles, like they have a presidential texture, they have a are they all the same texture or?
I think we're proposing subtle texture to the comp shingle roof. So that's, yeah.
So you're gonna vary the texture of the asphalt shingles.
Yes, but the color will stay pretty much the same.
All right, that was my only beef. So this is here for conceptual, and I think you had to go do something after that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board, yes, we've got to get the substantial conformity determination approved by our planner, Chris Schmeckel, before you can grant prelim approval for the project. What we're hearing today is very positive. So if at all possible, we would like to be scheduled for prelim/final for the next review. We understand that the substantial conformity determination should be completed within the next few weeks or so.
Actually, this is Alex. Let me interject real quick. You could, if you're prepared to give it preliminary today, it looks like it's agendized. Oh no, it's not. Never mind.
It's not
Right. We have to wait for the S.
Right.
Normally, you would do the preliminary and then the SCD.
Okay.
But either way.
Yeah, either way, I think to me it seems like prelim final is okay with full in front of the full board next time whenever you come back to us, either before or after that. I guess unless you have to get prelim and to go to SCD, you guys will figure that out.
Hey Chris, after you heard the more information about the roof, did you still have that same comment?
I mean, yes, I do. I think that varying the color a little bit and or the texture could help, even if they, they'll still appear to be unified, but I think it would help. And I think Val would say the same thing. I think that was one of her main concerns, was that the project got roofy, and I think giving some variation to that would help.
What Valerie had said that the volume had changed. Like in the previous iteration, they have some bigger structures that had several houses inside, and that has changed into the separation.
Yeah.
But I think that was more of the point. But we have, they're going in this direction.
Yeah, I don't think what I'm suggesting is anything extreme. So, and I'm just one member, so do what you will with that.
Okay, and then John's comment about the right elevation, further developing that one right elevation. Which unit type was that?
Do you remember which? Because I agree with that. That was kind of a strange elevation. The one that was, the two spires and no windows underneath. I don't remember which lot that was. Was it 19 maybe?
Mr. Chair, I think we talked about lots 18 and 14. 12 was also mentioned. But I'm not sure.
That 18 and 24 and plan 3A.
Sheet number 26. Optimize 2, sheet 2626. It was the
No,
no.
it's that one either.
Wasn't that one?
Let's just scroll through them and keep
Is it
looking around.
3B? Is it 5 and
3B.
22?
It's 3B, then optimize 1. Sorry, David. Please go to sheet 37.
Can you go to the site plan or zoom in to one of
It
those?
was 3A then. It was 3A. So go back 3 more sheets. Go to, yep, keep going. One more. One. Okay, this one.
Yeah.
It was this elevation, the right elevation.
Yeah. I mean, could that be developed further?
We could study that some more.
Okay. So there you go. No motion because it's here for conceptual, but return prelim final and or prelim then SCD then final.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so that brings us to our lunch hour. It's 12:18. Before we go to lunch, though,
I just want to make sure we're okay with.
I think.
So is Kaylee coming back?
No, she had her little boy got sick at school, so she had to.
How here we be? I'm leaving. So.
Oh, so we do have a
anyone who
problem.
needs to recuse for anything in the other?
Yes, item 10. Josh, we don't have a quorum for item 10 today.
I'll do it right now.
We'd have 4 of us,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
4 is a quorum, right?
Yeah, but we won't have 4. If Alex is gone and Josh has to recuse, there's just 3 of us left.
Oh.
Do we want to try and do that right now, or do you have to leave right this minute?
No, we can do it right now if it's possible.
What's the agenda is for?
I think it was further conceptual.
Preliminary.
I have further conceptual. Yeah.
If I may, it's actually for preliminary. There were some last minute changes there, some misunderstandings. My bad on that.
The agenda listed as further conceptual, so we might be stuck with that. But you all could get it to a point where you could say come back for prelim final and consent or something.
So sorry, everyone. I think there was a lapse there. We're having technical difficulties again. And so this is item 10.
for preliminary approval for the Melodious Plots project located at 4701 Foothill Road and 1495 Sterling Avenue. Last heard, I believe, in June of 2021. And so there was at least one comment. And I'll read that momentarily. And so is this the one comment, David?
That's it.
That's it, okay. So the comment from last time is as follows. Applicant has appropriately responded to prior comments regarding screening. Study ways to increase screening along southeast corner. Consider different species for screening other than bamboo. Alternatively, the project would need to be conditioned to ensure bamboo is maintained between 10 and 20 feet in height and no taller. So is the applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
Yes, hello, Eric Baer with AB Design Studio.
Eric, I can't hear you right now if you're speaking. Are you speaking?
I am, yes. You can't hear me?
Now we can. We're more technical difficulties, but go ahead. We're going through my laptop here.
Okay. Yeah, Eric Baer with AB Design Studio.
Okay. So just, I guess really just address that one comment.
Yeah, great. And I think I just heard Alex Tuttle talking about this, but it was a little murky at the end of our last hearing. I think we were under the impression that we were cleared to come back for preliminary with a chance of final, but and this was our fault for not clarifying that before the hearing ended, but it seems that the agenda states we're back for conceptual review, and given it's just a minor landscaping comment, is it possible that we could request preliminary and final today?
You are able to get prelim today. I guess the agenda was changed so that you're here for preliminary. Is that right? I'll get some. Planner did not authorize final, so you can get preliminary today, and then we'll have you, if it's just the one comment, we'll have you come back for final on consent.
For context, it wasn't aware to me at the time this case was transferred to me, but hearing support staff notified me that the most recent bar hearing authorized preliminary approval only. So that's why the agenda was changed to preliminary approval.
Okay. All right. So, Eric, do you want to show us the plans and how they changed to address this comment about the screening?
Yes, of course. If you could navigate towards the end of this drawing set, sheet L 1.2. Our landscape architect, Aaron Carroll, was unable to attend today. I believe he sent an email to the landscape architect members of the board with his own explanation of the revisions, which I can try to explain. Keep moving forward here. L 1.2 shows it best. So the comments were related to the Sterling property, and if you can zoom in there near the existing permanent greenhouse. The comments from the last hearing were regarding what was previously proposed as the bamboo along the south side of this greenhouse. And you can see, as noted here on Aaron's plans, what is now proposed along this south property line.
Okay. David, can you zoom in? What does it say in the lower right-hand corner? The label that looks up towards Sterling. Existing red trumpet vine. Okay. So basically you're remove the bamboo and proposing Toyon coffeeberry and Catalina cherry as a hedge instead. And so that's basically what we're looking at, right, Eric?
Correct. Correct.
So are there anything else you want to share?
I believe there's notes on the drawings. I was just trying to find it that indicated maintenance of growth height, which I know is a concern in the comment as well. Trying to find where he located those.
Down below in appear to be. It might be on a different page, but we can make that a, you know, we'll make that as a comment. And
Condition to confirm it final.
yeah, exactly. And so back up again. And so I just have a question. Is there a reason, because I remember going to do a site visit here, is there a reason that hedge can't continue all the way to the gate? Because I remember looking in there going, all you need to do is bring that hedge over to the gate and it would solve the problem. Can we extend that to that gate, Eric, or is there a reason not to?
We certainly could. We have that existing the existing planting along that fence to remain in place. That kind of covers that area. So I think that was why we weren't proposing to continue the hedge over.
Eric, this is Jay Higgins. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
We have road access and a gate and some utilities underground in that corner. If that's the corner. I'm sorry, I'm on audio, but you're probably talking about the southeast corner.
Yes.
Not all of that's on the plans. We didn't put all that on the plans because there's no development proposed over on that parcel.
We can confirm that when we come back for final, Mr. Gilliland, but it sounds like there may be some utilities that would prevent the planting of the hedge adjacent to the gate there.
Okay. Well, are there any questions or comments from the board?
Well, they could plant the hedge in pots, you know.
Yeah.
And that way they could be moved.
For proof that it can't be, or we got something to that effect. Any and then, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand or press *6 if you're on the phone. Okay, see no hands. So I would say I'll make a motion for preliminary approval and with the applicant to demonstrate or provide a good reason why the hedge cannot be extended to the gate, maybe photos or some kind of documentation. Because ideally the hedge would continue. It was not a very attractive side yard there looking in from Sterling Avenue. So that was just a concern there.
Sterling Avenue.
It's kind of blocked a little bit, but you can see the way the road comes in. You still look into that area, and I remember it being very unattractive. So
the gate connects to the road.
no, that gate connects to a different road.
Meadowview Lane.
Yeah, there's a weird bridge and
So there's information.
yeah, there's strange things going on there. So I think we, maybe correct that layout to show what that gate access is, and also just show if there's a reason that hedge can't be extended to the gate. Otherwise, I would grant preliminary approval with that comment. Second by Alex. All those in favor? That's to return on consent for final.
Thank you, commissioners.
Right. Thank you, guys. So
Thank you.
and 9 and 11 and 12.
I say we're up. Okay, we are live. We'll reconvene the SBAR meeting of August 12th, beginning with item number 8, the Santa Claus Bike Lane. Request of Aaron Silva, agent for Joseph Arnold, Caltrans, for preliminary and final approval of an 880 linear foot bike path. This will not require any cut, but will require 2,050 yards of fill. And this is located at the Santa Claus Lane between Sand Point Road and the county boundary of the city of Carpinteria and the county of Santa Barbara. This was last heard December 3rd of 2021. And we do have a planner memo. If you would mind pulling that up, David. I'll read through that. And then we have 2 comments from our meeting last time. And the planner memo is as follows here for prelim final. This project is a balancing project that came about through the local coastal program amendment for the Highway 101 widening project. The project received approval at the County Planning Commission on August 3rd, 2022. Since the project was last before the SBAR, the vehicle turnaround portion has been removed from the project and will proceed separately through the zoning entitlement process. And so our comments from last time: A, great project. B, board is concerned with safety at Western Crosswalk, study texture change and or addition of other pedestrian safety measures, which I guess would not apply because the roundabout is not part of this. Right, so do we really have any comments on this portion? We shall see. Do we have the applicants here? If so, please state your name for the record.
Yes, hello, my name is Erin Silva with GPA Consulting. We also have Sean from M&S Engineering, Fred from SB CAG, and also Joe from Caltrans available for questions.
Okay, so go ahead and whenever you're ready, I'll start the clock and we'll give you around 10 minutes to present. I think we've seen this before, so hopefully you can just show us what has changed.
Yeah, you know, I think in light of the fact that the project was bifurcated from the last time that you saw it, we did have a PowerPoint presentation to bring up. But I think what I'll say is just, first of all, while that's getting brought up, we really just want to thank the county for such an excellent partnership on this project. We are very proud of this project. It is located in an extremely constrained area. And you have already seen this for conceptual review twice. Once was in March of 2021, and then again in December 2021. And you are correct that the only comment that you had related to a change was for the turnaround portion of the project, which will now be seen as an item after this one. So we really haven't made changes to the project since you saw it. I will note that we recently went to County Planning Commission and they overwhelmingly and unanimously approved it, which we're really happy about. And this is the final approval that we'll need, preliminary and final approval prior to basically getting coastal development permit issuance and moving to construction. But we can run you through the presentation. We'd be happy to show you the colors and materials and all of the design elements. I will say that they haven't changed. And so I'll pause there and see if you'd like us to run through that or not.
I think we were happy last time. And so I think that won't be necessary.
Okay.
And that's good for you because then we won't bring something else up that we didn't before. So, okay. Well, then, does anyone have any questions here? Board members, questions? Okay.
No.
Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? If so, please raise your hand. I see one hand has gone up from Dennis Bozanich. And so Dennis, whenever you're ready, you'll have 2 minutes and go ahead whenever you're ready.
Great, thank you very much, Chair and members of the board. Dennis Bozanich. I am representing the property owners at 3823 Santa Claus Lane. And we wanted to take this opportunity to continue to ask for additional consideration on the alignment of the bike lane relative to the freeway and relative to the area in front of 3823 Santa Claus Lane, which many of you may know is the former site of the Porch home furnishing store, and is currently in the process of completing its permit application process and coastal development permit for a cannabis retail store. We realize the constraints there. We do appreciate the overall effort of the County Public Works Department and SBCAG and Caltrans and all the other alphabet soup of agencies that have helped contribute to remedying many of these long-term traffic and parking circumstances and challenges on Santa Claus Lane. The one thing we would ask for is additional consideration around the alignment of that bike lane directly in front of our store. It is showing in at least one of the graphics that we have to deviate from the alignment of the freeway in front of 3823 in such a way that it reduces the parking availability immediately in front of the building that the Radiuses own at 3823. And that's a concern because it frankly diminishes the value of that property to have a reduction in parking spaces there. It's not clear to me why the bike lane needs to deviate from the alignment of the US 101, even with the widening project, because it does at a different point become much closer to the highway than it currently is showing for part of our building. And so we would just want to make sure we make the point that the section, west of the turnaround, west of the roundabout, planned roundabout, could be better aligned with the Highway 101.
Okay.
That ends my public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Bozanich. I believe that may not apply to this part, maybe on the next item, we get into the front of the property that you're mentioning. Right now, we're looking at just from Sandpoint Road over to the city of Carp boundary. So I think take under advisement your comments on the next item, which will be coming up. So you might want to stick around. And if you want to comment at that time as well, that's fine. Otherwise, we'll, comment at that juncture. But this is just the section from Sandpoint Road to the city of Carp boundary.
Okay. It wasn't super clear from the description in the agenda, so I apologize for that.
No problem. No problem at all. All right. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this item? So please raise your hand. See no more hands go up. Back to the board for comments, which we already pretty well summed up. Does anyone have anything to add? No. Nope. Okay, so it's here for prelim and final. If somebody wants to make a motion.
I'll make a motion that it be granted preliminary and final approval. I'll second it. As submitted.
Okay, second by board member Richards, and all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? None. Motion carries. There you go. Good. Moving on to item number 9 then. This is the Santa Claus Lane Streetscape Improvements, Phase 1, Carpinteria. Request of Aaron Silva, agent for Caltrans in the County of Santa Barbara for conceptual, prelim, and final approval of Phase 1 of the Santa Claus Lane Streetscape project, which includes construction of the vehicle turnaround near Santa Claus Lane, Sandpoint, and southbound 101 on-ramp. Project includes streetscape improvements, sidewalk improvements, new lighting, and a new crosswalk. This is located in the 1st Supervisorial District. Last heard June 21st of 2019. And we have another planner memo for this one with the following comments from the planner. Maybe can you enlarge that slightly? Thank you. So, planner comments. The project was previously reviewed by SBAR as part of both the Santa Claus Lane Beach
Access and Streetscape Project, and as part of the Santa Claus Lane Bike Path Project, which when they received conceptual review by the SBAR. Initially, as part of the Santa Claus Lane Beach Access and Streetscape Project, the turnaround was going to be the last stage of construction. Since receiving approval of that project, the applicant has determined that it would be more efficient to construct the turnaround first, in tandem with the adjacent Highway 101 improvements and with the improvements to the Santa Claus Lane Bike Path. This would reduce the frequency and duration of the closure to the southbound 101 on-ramp at the end of Santa Claus Lane. The turnaround was also included in the Santa Claus Lane Bike Path Project. However, because of the processing issues, the Bike Path Project moved forward on its own, and the applicant pursued a substantial conformity determination to adjust the timing of the approved Santa Claus Lane Beach Access and Streetscape Project, which would allow the vehicle turnaround to move forward before the remaining portions of the project. The applicant is proposing to construct phase one of the Santa Claus Lane Beach Access and Streetscape Project, which includes the vehicle turnaround, associated sidewalk improvements, new lighting, and parking spaces. The remaining portion of the project would proceed as part of phase two. The project before the SBAR today is phase one, the vehicle turnaround portion only. Phase two will be brought to SBAR at a later date. Okay, and so we also have many comments from the last time, but I want to consult with the applicant to see what the best way would be to present this project. If I should read through all these, or do they still apply? Maybe you can give me some direction.
Yeah, thank you. This is Erin Silva. I think if it, pleases the board, what we would do is just run through the current design features. We are aware that there were comments made and those comments have been addressed. Also, I'm not sure if it would be helpful, but we do have a slide at the outset to sort of demonstrate the relationship between the bike path, the streetscape, and the turnaround that might clear up some confusion as well.
Okay, is that on your end or is that in the folder?
That is here on the screen now, our presentation.
So it's the PowerPoint.
Correct.
Right, okay. So yeah, go ahead and walk us through it, and David will follow along.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, we do have the same team here to answer your questions from the previous item, if there are any. I did want to just demonstrate, because I thought it might be a little bit confusing, the relationship between the turnaround, which is in yellow, that you are the item before you, the county's streetscape project there in blue, and the bike path that you just provided approval on in green. So what this is the county had brought before you previously their streetscape project, which was intended to connect to the bike path project. They are in close relationship and adjacent to one another. There's just two separate project proponents. The turnaround is there in the middle, and the reason that we asked to sort of bifurcate or phase the turnaround from the rest of the streetscape project is actually to benefit the that particular local area. During our public outreach for the bike path, we were asked by the Santa Claus Lane businesses to really reduce the level of impact that they would have related to traffic management and things of that nature. So our hope is that we will get approval today so that we can construct the turnaround at the same time as the bike path, and then the turnaround would be available to the public during construction of the streetscape project and other improvements within the corridor. So that's really why we're doing it. And so with that, I think we'll move ahead and kind of talk about some of the design features of the turnaround. I will say that it is interesting because the streetscape improvements, including the turnaround, have been conceptually reviewed by your board. We're simply, I think it also received preliminary approval, but we are asking for conceptual, preliminary, and final of phase one, the turnaround. I think I'll just move through here.
So before you move forward,
Yes.
on that, get some clarification. Because the agenda says that you're looking for concept, prelim, and final of phase one, which includes
Yes.
construction of the turnaround And then it says the project includes streetscape improvements, sidewalk, and new lighting and new crosswalk. Is that all just for the turnaround area?
That's correct. Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the layout of the streetscape project that was previously presented to you. What you can see in orange there is just phase one. It's just the turnaround portion of the project. Next slide, please. Okay. We did want to show a rendering of the relationship between the bike path, which is at the top of the screen there, and then the turnaround portion, which you can see is kind of in a darker area in the rendering, just to give you a better idea of exactly what, what the limits are of what you're going to see before you. There is a continuation of that path. As noted, the path is pulled away from Highway 101 toward, after the roundabout area and east of the roundabout area, and also west, because there is a high pressure gas line there that we had to avoid. And so I hope that's responsive to the comment that we're getting, that the reason it's being kind of pulled away from Highway 101 is that high pressure gas line. Next slide, please. I think what I'll,
Is the gas line shown on the plans anywhere?
It should be shown on the design drawings that you have. We have not demonstrated it here on the user-friendly plans.
Okay.
This is going, this portion of the presentation will now be presented by the engineer, who might also be able to answer specific questions about the high pressure gas line. Sean?
Yes, thank you, Erin. Hello, board. So we highlighted some of the features that were under your purview last time that you were interested in, and we're going to highlight those again today. Those include the high visibility crossings, crosswalks, street lights, hardscape, and railing, and a concrete retaining wall. Next slide, please. And so these are items that have been coordinated with the county's streetscape project, as well as with the bike path project that you just approved. Next slide. Next slide. So we had a request to provide open railings, and this is an example of the open railing that we designed for the bike path project. It is open, it has horizontal elements which are preferred for bicyclists, and also they reduce visual clutter when driving by. They are steel tubular structure with a Natina stain. This shows black painted because we don't have one built yet, but we are using a Natina stain, which is brown. Next slide, please. So that railing is only in one short area. It's about 80 feet long, and it's adjacent to the bike path. And it also serves as a way to reduce trespassing onto Union Pacific Railroad property, which is just to the south there. The railing is partially on a retaining wall and then partially adjacent to the side to the bike path. Next slide. These are some details, very similar details to what you had just approved. I don't know if we need to get into them, but we wanted to provide them in case there were questions later. Next slide. And this is a simple rendering of the scale of both the wall and the tubular hand railing. This is only visible from the railroad property. Next slide. Hardscape. We have hardscape. Next slide, please. Hardscape is proposed in the, this is what it looks like. This is also something that was recently approved as part of the bike path product. It's used throughout the corridor. It's a local sandstone cobble. It's real materials, real sandstone. And we have on this project, it's being used in the island of the turnaround. A couple more enters slowly, and we'll see a couple more examples. And one more. One more.
Computer's lagging.
Yeah. Pushing it too hard on a Friday. Well, so what we have when it gets to it, maybe just try one more just in case, but when it gets to it, it'll be an arrow that will point to the center of the island for the turnaround. And there is a landscape border or hardscape border, but it's in the landscape area. And what that provides is a buffer between the future landscaping of the center of the turnaround and the truck apron of the turnaround. So it's a very narrow area that's about 2 feet wide that is inside the island of the turnaround.
Is that frozen, David?
There we go. All right, hit enter one more time. The areas in green are landscape locations. These are going to be planted as part of phase 2 of the county streetscape project. It was determined to make planting and irrigation happens at the end of the project. And since the Santa Claus Lane Streetscape project is going to come in and do the entire corridor, it's been coordinated that they will plant and irrigate these areas. We have provided facilities, crossovers for the irrigation system so that it can be tied in with relatively no impact to the infrastructure that we're placing, but it might require some digging up at either end of the crossovers. Next slide. Street lighting. This is a component that was presented as part of the county streetscape. Our project, the bike path project, does not have any street lighting, but our team and the county partners determined that it was important to have at least lighting at this turnaround in the interim before the county streetscape project is constructed. And that's to provide some safety features to the area. So we're lighting up each crosswalk and also lighting up an area that is emerged inside the turnaround. So there's 3 lights proposed, and these are the styles that were proposed as part of the streetscape. Next slide. And here we see in yellow boxes the highlights for where the street lights are located. And like I said, they're located at or near the crosswalks, and then one as right there at the on-ramp and Sandpoint Road. Next slide. Colors and textures, very similar, actually the same that we proposed for the bike path. Natina stained galvanized steel post and rail with local sandstone cobble for the hardscape and a natural grout. And then the bike path itself will be natural gray with a darkening agent. Next slide. And here we are. This is my last slide. We are at the end of the project development. We're about ready to start construction, and we're just getting our final approvals before we gear up for that activity. And I'd like to hand it over to questions and answers.
Thank you very much. All right. So bring it back to the board then for questions. Does anyone have questions?
I don't.
Josh, no questions? I have a quick question. Can we go to one of the user-friendly plan views? Like, that's fine. That one. So I know we'll have a public comment or two here. And so maybe to preempt that a little bit, can you explain at the first crosswalk as you're going east on Santa Claus, I guess it'll be on the left side of the page, you have the crosswalk there. And then if you continue on the bike path, there's 3 little green indicators. What is that? Is that some sort of driveway that requires access? Is that a Union Pacific access, or could you explain that?
Yeah. Sure. Thank you for the question. That is a driveway for that property. They currently have access to behind the building, the first building on Santa Claus Lane. And so this is a driveway to provide that access. On other locations, which really happens in the city of Carpinteria, we also provided this green painting. It's used for bicyclists or bicycle facilities to provide more conspicuity to make the area more obvious that this is also a bike path, and that the drivers or people using the driveway should be aware that this is a different, there's an activity here that includes bicyclists. Okay. Just to highlight that potential conflict.
Very good, thank you. I think that was the only question I had. And then actually just to the left of that, where the first street light is, it looks like the underlay. Well, I'll say with it, where that street light is that a planter also?
It will be. It probably should be green. That one is being constructed entirely by the county's project, whereas the green areas that we're showing in the footprint of the the rest of the user-friendly plan is areas where we're grading it and prepping it for the planting. That's an area where the county is going to be doing some stormwater infiltration. So they will be reconstructing or putting that facility in right around the light.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Oh, last question. Where does that crosswalk go? I mean, when you walk towards, I guess that's for bicycles too, huh? Okay, well, that's not really a question. We'll move on. So no other questions from the board, right? Okay, so public comment. I see 2 hands up. And so we'll start with Mr. Bozanich again. And sir, you'll have 2 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you again, Chair. I appreciate that. So public comment, again, representing the property owners at 3823 Santa Claus Lane. And so to be specific about this project, the landing place on the 101 or mountainside of this project area for the bike path, which will then continue toward Padaro Lane to the west. That's the real question I have about whether that alignment could be closer to the 101, which then opens up the possibility for realigning that bike path to increase the amount of diagonal parking that's available further up the lane. And again, we understand that this is part of the county's project, but I think it's important, in this one, and we've talked with SBCAG and others on this as well, that this project is being front loaded now, which is a good thing. We support that, and we've told them we support that. But it has to connect with the rest of the project, and the rest of the project, we still have open questions because, frankly, we don't feel as though we've been engaged enough by the county on the balance of the project. And these are decisions now that are key links to the rest of the bigger project, for example, the bike path into the city of Carpinteria. And as a cyclist myself, I'm cheering wholeheartedly for those. I think those are great changes. And if I don't have to ride my bike on Via Real anymore, I won't be sad. But nevertheless, we just don't feel like we've gotten the level of engagement to explain things like a high pressure gas line, for example, that's the cause of why we can't extend diagonal parking further or closer to the 101 southbound on-ramp. We'd like answers to those kinds of things before all of these projects get approved that all have to, frankly, tie together at some point. And so this is that key moment. And I don't know what's happened over the last 2 years. I haven't been involved for that long, but I can say from my conversations with the property owner, there has been less than adequate outreach and less than adequate understanding about some of the choices that are being made for the balance of this project. So I would hope, as part of this, that we are able to engage more completely on the balance of the county project to increase parking and whatnot. Part of why this is so important is there are other property owners on Santa Claus Lane that do not have off-street parking or have very, very limited off-street parking, unlike the owners of the property we're working with. And they are constantly putting signs in front of their businesses that say no parking unless you're doing business at that particular store, which in a public right-of-way is completely inappropriate, but they do it anyway. And so I just think this is in need for more outreach and more engagement, not only with this part of the project, but then with the extended county project as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so our next speaker, Joe Armendariz. 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you, members of the board. I'm Joe Armendariz. I would echo some of the comments that that Dennis has made with respect to maybe beefing up the engagement as part of this project. First of all, I just want to point out that I think this is a fantastic project. I think the infrastructure improvements here are vital to the economic integrity of the county in general, but this particular core in particular. And I think that one of the things that, and just let me say, you know, I think I was on SBCAG when this project was approved, and when Measure A was renewed, and so, and representing the city of Carpinteria. So I'm a big fan of what you're doing here, and I'm specifically addressing staff on this. But as Dennis points out, you know, this sort of disruption, which is obviously par for the course whenever you do a major infrastructure improvement, I think we really do need to bend over backwards to make sure that we are keeping all of the stakeholders and the merchants in the loop. And it would appear that there's a lot of room for improvement in that. You know, the other thing too, addressing the staff and recognizing that this isn't probably the best venue, I also think we need to really seriously think how we might identify certain resources to address some of the economic impacts. I would be more specific and say the economic disruption that is occurring here. I mean, we are seeing major economic dislocation to many of these merchants as a result of this project. And I want to just, you know, make it again very clear that I think this project is essential to the quality of life of this particular area, the circulation, the parking, the safe access to the beach, which has never occurred before in the history of the world, frankly. And so I think you can't overstate how important this project is to the well-being of Santa Claus Lane. But as Dennis pointed out, and as is unfortunately the case, a better job could be done making sure that every merchant on Santa Claus Lane has the opportunity to speak to some of the issues that are impacting their businesses directly and specifically. So thank you to the staff, thank you to the county for doing this project, and congratulations on this process. I think it's been very professional and well done. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to give the applicant a chance to respond to these comments, because we are here for, you know, final prelim and final approval. So can someone maybe take the reins and sort of describe to us maybe why there hasn't been more engagement, or if there has, you know, and because we want to be able to move this forward, but we do want to also listen to the public concern. So does someone want to answer the question about the outreach and or the design in terms of if there's any flexibility for additional parking for that property?
Yes, this is Erin Silva. I can start, and then I would like others to chime in as necessary. I do want to correct myself. The high pressure gas line is toward the bottom of your screen, and so I didn't understand the previous comment. So I just want to kind of note that the high pressure gas line is not on the north side of Santa Claus Lane, and is not the reason for the comment that we're getting. I do represent the county for this turnaround project. I will say that the reason that we are requesting this particular approval to phase the turnaround away from the streetscape project and construct it now is a direct result of the comments that we received from the local business community, really stressing the fact that they didn't want multiple disruptions during improvements along Santa Claus Lane. And so we really listened to that and really wanted to come up with, frankly, it's been very, very challenging to make this happen. But we have bent over backwards to try to reduce the level of impact to the local businesses. In terms of how the county's conducted the outreach for the streetscape project, I have to be honest, I can't respond to that. But I think what I can do is help by describing the plan for construction in this area. And Fred, if you'd like to chime in, feel free to do that. But the construction of the turnaround area, I believe, is anticipated to last approximately 6 months. The reason that we've chosen this time frame is it avoids that, busy summer season, which is very, very popular for the business owners. We've tried to be very thoughtful about that. And what I understand from the county, when they go in to construct the phase 2 of the streetscape project, they would also aim to avoid that busy summer season as well. In terms of the design of the project, my understanding is and Sean, I would ask you to maybe speak after I do. My understanding is that, what you're seeing here is you can see on the north of Santa Claus Lane that there is some parallel parking there. My understanding is that phase 2 would include formalizing those parking spaces. And as you move west, as more room and space becomes available, that there would be angled parking provided on the north side of Santa Claus Lane. So I'll ask Sean to speak to that a little bit.
Thank you, Erin. Yeah, that is correct. We can see that with I think it was the second or the fourth slide of this slide deck, they showed the county's plans. And you can see that just west of that second building, there is a change to the angled parking. And these plans were developed by county staff, and they are running those plans. They're preparing those plans in-house directly. But if you can look bottom of the page here, as you head to the left from the turnaround, there's a light green area that is between the highway and Santa Claus Lane, and then it becomes angled parking. Sorry. So there is, I think the county has done a lot of work to maximize the right-of-way. There's a distinction here between county right-of-way and state right-of-way, and there has been cooperation between the two agencies to exchange some right-of-way, is my understanding. And so I think that is a constraint to the project that maybe hasn't been discussed. But yeah, there is angled parking between the freeway and Santa Claus Lane, just to the west of the second building.
Thanks, Sean. I think too, my point of, I didn't round it out, that my point of discussing sort of the plan for construction or the phasing of Santa Claus Lane is just to highlight the fact that there is more opportunity, I think, to provide input on the balance of the streetscape project as well. And so that project will come before you, including the landscaping and other design features at a future date when they're ready to pursue that. So this is not the only opportunity to provide public comment, certainly on the balance of the streetscape project. And then if you don't mind, I would like to ask Fred just to interject regarding some discussions that he's had as well.
Yeah, good afternoon, Commissioners. Fred Luna here with SBCAG. Just wanted to mention that related to outreach and the particular question that the chair raised. So there's been a number of communications, both by SBCAG and staff leading the bikeway project, and then we've coordinated with the county staff leading the streetscape project. And we understand that the residents and businesses along Santa Claus Lane don't draw a distinction. So we've tried to work in harmony with the county staff, but also explain that these two projects, as the team has indicated, are separate and distinct and have their own kind of public process and their own implementation timing. So that may be a little confusing for the members of the public. We did have some meetings with Mr. Bozanich. I did receive a call as well from Mr. Armendariz to talk about the issues they raised today. And talk them through that. I believe they understand that, and it was mentioned that their primary concerns at the residence, at the business that they mentioned with the address on Santa Claus Lane, are primarily related to the streetscape project. Our design does not preclude any design flexibility for the streetscape project for that Class 1 bikeway that's going to be adjacent to the freeway. So I think we should just say that at the outset. We plan on having a number of meetings as we're starting construction with the business owners, and we've made sure that if people weren't getting information, they are now, and they're included on updates. And we have a upcoming meeting both with the Sandpoint residents and the business owners along Santa Claus Lane. So I'd be happy to answer any further questions about our outreach efforts, past or going forward, but I just wanted to address that.
Thank you, Mr. Luna. All right, I think that concludes our public comment, and so we'll bring it back to the board for our comments. Let's go first. Mr. Birdie.
I think it looks like a good project.
And of course, just a reminder, we're just focusing on the roundabout area,
I understand
the
that.
turnaround, I should say.
I think it looks good.
Okay. And actually, sorry, could you go back just to that slide? A question for Fred or Aaron. What's shown here is not the current turnaround design, right? It's close.
That's
but
correct. Yes. This is what you saw last as part of the streetscape project. It was a true turnaround. It was round. I'm sorry, it was a roundabout, which is round. And since that time in March of 2021, in December, we did present the turnaround design as part of the bike path project. The reason it's called a turnaround is it's not actually a roundabout. It's kind of more teardrop shaped because of the constraints, the width constraints there.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And John, I sort of interrupted you there. If you want to, you're feeling good about it.
Yeah.
All right.
Everybody's okay. Shall I make a motion?
No, let's get through everybody else's comments first. But
I agree. I think it looks good. So, have any
All right.
concerns?
Mr. Bloomer?
I don't know. I didn't see a lot of things to talk about. Seems like we're talking to, I don't feel like anybody's talking to the Board of Architectural Review today. It's like we're just messaging about stuff that's out of our hands.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So yeah, I mean, I agree. I think the design is really nice. I like the teardrop shape better. I think it works well. The only concern I might have is, given that this is separated out from the streetscape project, what is that? What is the connection? You know, it was enough thought given to the western end of this in terms of how it will relate to the streetscape project. So not much you can do about that right now, but I just don't, it's just, you know, I just didn't want to draw a hard line right at that crosswalk without consideration for what may come west of that as we move forward. But you'll work that out and you'll show us at that time. It's just, but otherwise, yeah, I think everybody here sounds like we like the project a lot. So I think if someone wants to make a motion, then we're open to it. It's here for conceptual, prelim, and final.
Okay, I'll make a motion. That's for preliminary and final as submitted.
I'll second it. Second, any additional comment? No? Okay, motion on the table for prelim and final. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you all. That's good.
Thank you very much. If I may, I just wanted to say there will be a ribbon cutting ceremony, and we will make that. We would like to extend an invitation to you for that at the right time.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on then, item number 10 we heard already. So we're moving on to item number 11, the Fitzpatrick Trust deck. Request of Mary Androlitis, architect for the Fitzpatrick Family Trust, for conceptual review of the demolition of the existing roof deck, stairs and landing, and construction of a new roof deck of approximately 240 square feet of stairs and landing. This is located at 791 Sandpoint Road. Continued from July 22nd of this year when it was not heard. So if the applicant is here, please state your name for the record.
Mr. Chair, Brian Banks here, agent for the owners, and Mary Androlitis here to present architecture.
Very good, thank you. So I'm going to set the timer here for 10 minutes and hopefully we'll be close to that.
Probably be half.
Excellent. Hey,
Do
whenever
our
you're
best.
thanks.
Okay, so pretty straightforward here. Your board actually saw this property, a project on this property last back November of 2020. At that time, the proposal was a coastal development permit to demo this existing house, guest house, and garage and construct a new residence. Given the complexities of Sandpoint and the associated permit process and timeline, the owners have decided to move in a completely different direction to enjoy the house as it sits now with some improvements. And the improvement that you're going to see today is simply for the demolition or essentially reconfiguration of an existing roof deck. So the project is modifying an existing roof deck, no additions, no changes to the structure itself. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mary.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. The HOA has some pretty specific guidelines on roof decks that they can't exceed 200 square feet. They need to be located on the south side of the house, not visible from Sandpoint Road, and screened from neighbors living in primary outdoor deck space. We did take this project to the HOA. They found it in compliance, substantial compliance. Some exception was given due to the fact that it's the expansion of an existing roof deck. So if you go to the page 2 of the PDF.
So real quick, while we're on this page,
Yeah.
The agenda says 240 square feet, and this page says like 198, which is the correct.
Yeah, the deck area is 198, and I think the 240 adds in the stair and the walkway to it.
Correct.
Something
That's
like
correct,
that.
Mary. It includes
Yeah.
everything.
Okay, thank you. So you
Yep.
wanted to go to the PDF?
Yeah, the site, page 2 of the PDF, the site plan, just real quick. Right there, it shows the relationship to the neighbors, that it's located toward the center of the property of that existing house. The expansion of the deck is to the north only, so it doesn't encroach any closer to the east or west to the neighbors. You can also see the HOA string line as well as the county string line. The HOA is a little bit more restrictive, and we're bringing that elevation of the deck into compliance with that string line. And then one last thing, on the right-hand side would be the east side. There are two 36-inch Metrosideros proposed, and that was in response to a meeting with the neighbor on the east to provide some screening, additional screening from that roof deck to their oceanside deck. And I will also point out, this is the only area in the existing residence where they're able to see the ocean. This is an older 1950s home that's built down behind the seawall. So they currently enjoy it. They just would like a little more space so that they and their 3 children can all fit up there at the same time. Next page. That's just the floor plan. The pink indicates the existing, the circle is existing spiral stair, and then the small narrow roof deck to the right of it. So again, we're just expanding to the back. We're pushing the stair north against the building, so it's no longer sort of floating out in front of the house. There's a section down below the overhead portion. The lowest horizontal member is 7'6" above the deck surface. So we're trying to keep it as low as we can, with some open slatting on the pergola as well as the guardrail. And then the next page is just, I've included this. This was an exhibit for the HOA presentation. The photograph on the left shows there was actually a pre-existing much larger deck. That purple shaded area is indicating where that deck was up until about 2014. And then it was reduced to just the small strip that exists today. So what we're proposing is 30% smaller than that, and located a little more sensitively as far as the neighbors go. And then the last, the next page is exterior elevations. Again, we kept it as open as we could while trying to respond to the requirements to provide some screening for the HOA guidelines. And again, kept it overhead as low as we can. The materials are proposed as Luna wood for the pergola, which would naturally weather, Ipe decking, again, naturally weathering, and then the metal stair would be painted a matte gray. And then the final page are some photo simulations, actually, if you zoom in, like on the first upper left, as viewed from the beach, about all you would see is that deck kind of peeking up over the seawall. And then there's a couple other views from Sandpoint Road. This next one to the right here with the umbrella, that is from the easterly neighbor's deck looking back. So the two Metrosideros would be placed with their input to screen the roof deck. And then there's another image down below. This one, that one is from Sandpoint. This one is from the westerly neighbor's Cabana. But their views from the Cabana are actually oriented in the complete opposite direction. This just happens to be from the doorway to get into the Cabana. And that's it.
All right, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
6 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yes.
Darn it, we were off by a minute. All right.
Do you have existing elevations, or is it, I mean, it's basically.
It's exactly what you see without that. Oh, you mean for the roof deck?
Yeah.
It's currently all glass, the railing.
Okay.
I don't have
the
existing.
photo on the fourth sheet is the best. You can see the photo from the beach, or the aerial photo is the best. Yeah, there you go.
Certainly no overhead structure.
No, there's not.
Right.
And again, that's proposed to provide the screening that's required by the HOA guidelines, and also to afford the owners a little bit of shade up there.
Yeah. Okay. Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Questions from the board?
No.
Nope. But it's so lively. Okay. From the public that would like to speak on this item? I see no attendees, no one in the audience. So back to the board for comments. Mr. Richards.
I think that it fits nicely into the existing building, and it seems to be sensitive to the concern of views from the neighbors. I appreciate that planting 2 new trees to screen visibility over it. The choice of material seems appropriate for the setting, so I can only give it positive comments.
Thank you. Mr. Verdier.
Well, I can't support this. No matter how able the architecture is, it's still, once you add the overhead shading structure, it just sticks out from no matter which angle you look at it. It just seems out of context and out of scale with the building. So I couldn't support that.
Okay. Mr. Bloomer.
Go back a few slides. I'm trying to. So, sorry, can you go forward one?
No,
Back
the
one.
elevation.
Sorry, there you go. Just said elevations, shouldn't I? Do we have any? Is this 3D modeled at all? To the question to the applicant.
It's on the first sheet.
Yeah, on the cover sheet, there are 2 renderings at the top of the page.
Zoom in on that. Can I ask the applicant a question?
Yep.
So responding to John's comment, how do you intend to, how could you respond to that?
Yeah, this one's tricky because it's a low profile home. We kept it as low as we can. We kept it as open as we could while also responding to the HOA's requirement for that screening from the street and to the neighbors.
I guess the question is, how do we integrate this into the architecture so it looks like it's actually part of it? Because
and I don't know if that's just how we're looking at it or what, but I'm just gonna have to agree a little bit with John here. But I'd like to see, I understand what you're trying to do. I don't see why it's the problem to actually have a second story to enjoy a view lot with a view home and a great view. Doesn't seem to be
Yeah.
bothering anybody else, but the architectural character of it just seems, it may just be the way it's being presented. I don't know, but it just needs to find its way into the like architectural character of this. Like if there's something on the first floor that was pulling that up there, I don't know. I think that I'm not so clear on the positioning. Is there a roof plan?
You could go back to the, let's see, it would be page 3 of the PDF.
Yeah, so
Is the floor plan, which is essentially the roof plan. So you can see,
I'm having a hard time understanding what I'm looking at. So which the east side or the right side of the page is the beach, right?
No,
No.
straight down.
no, the bottom of the page is the beach.
Yeah, I see it. Okay, now I see it. So the main body of the rectangular form on the roof is if this is north-south, the southern boundary of it is in the same alignment with the face of the wall finish below, right?
It's not, it's aligned with the HOA string line now. It's currently out at that building edge, but we've had to bring it into compliance with the HOA string line. So there's a slight angle to it.
So you see that section that's being pulled through there? Yeah, there you go. So, but it's within inches of that fascia edge, right? Well, I don't know how to point it.
Yeah, it's a little more than inches behind it at the,
It's like a foot.
it varies from one side to the other.
Yeah, I don't know
A
how
little
to,
further on the west side.
I don't know how to show you this because you're on the video screen, but if David, if you,
Pointer and David can follow you.
yeah, right there. So if like from there,
Yeah.
going up to the top of the railing, from there all the way down to the finished floor, the first floor. If this that whole element of it was from top to bottom, felt like it was one architectural move, then I think it would make more sense. Would feel like it's actually an element within the architecture. It just was. I think John's saying is it's just sitting on top of the building. You know?
I agree with that, but it's held back only because of that HOA string line.
Yeah, well,
Otherwise, it would be out at the face.
then why not move the face of the existing building back to integrate it?
They're not touching the existing house.
Oh, that's kind of hard.
They're
Can't put that up there without forcing it from below, right?
But you're asking them to remove square footage from a pretty small house. It's an 1,800 square foot house.
But can the HOA grant an exception for quality architecture, given that it won't actually be habitable space that we're adding, we're just adding in architectural features? Like what you have this thing approved, but does the HOA permit anybody from building a parapet in front of that?
Yeah, the other issue here too would be view, right? That's the one elevation where we have a glass rail so that they want to be able to see the ocean when they're seated up there.
Glass parapet, I'm just saying if it's not habitable, and we're building an architectural feature that ties it together, is that contrary to what the HOA's interest is?
Yes, it doesn't matter that it's non-habitable. It's nothing 30 inches or more above grade can extend beyond the string line.
Oh, I don't know what to do. So.
All right, well, yeah, I mean, I concur. I think it does kind of feel, I like what you did with it. The design is cool. It's not relating to the existing house. And part of it is that, I don't know, somehow I want to see like a half-story element that it sort of wedding cakes down or something on, so it's not just one 8-foot element sticking up. But I don't know how to do that because obviously I'm not an architect, but it seems like it could be better integrated into the architecture, the existing architecture somehow.
So yeah, I guess you can see we're having a little trouble here. Can we,
I
let's
hear you. Mhm.
go through the, let's go through the plans one more time. Just sort of scroll through. So yeah, starting there. So that says existing deck. That's on the first floor though, right? Right where David's pointer is, that existing deck, is that?
Yes, that's ground level.
Okay. And then you have your new spiral staircase, and then are those new awnings adjacent to that spiral?
To the left of the stair is an awning. To the right of the stair is the landing sort of bridge that connects the stair to the deck.
So there is
It acts as an awning below.
picture there. Okay, and all right, so let's go to the elevations again. Yeah, okay, so maybe I'm gonna run down, David, then use the mouse. And then I kind of want Josh and John maybe to give us off base here. I guess what I'm looking at is, it looks like just this thing that pops up there. Would it make sense to have, I don't know, this railing extend out a little further, even if it's not used, or something out a little further this way and back to have something architectural, even if it's not usable?
I'm saying like where it's actually lined up at the edge of the building, those elements that are holding up the trellis, they came down to the side and held the side of the building or engaged it somehow, but changed the way it's reading.
Yeah, kind of like
Yeah, I understand what you guys are. I do understand what you're saying. Unfortunately, because it's in the center of the building, I don't have that opportunity.
You can't go to the north with any kind of additional railing or element of any sort?
Well, we're at the maximum deck size currently.
Right, but
you mean just like a faux railing?
Well,
architectural feature.
Right, some kind of architecture
Maybe.
helps to
integrate it.
Yeah, I can look at something like that.
I mean, if they don't get it approved, they're gonna have to remove it, right?
They've already removed.
No, they can keep what they have.
Right, but it's minimal right now.
It's minimal.
And given how close they are to the beach, that's really their only view, right? Their only ocean view.
Correct.
That's
Correct.
the problem, right? There's no, you can't sit in the house or on the deck and see the beach. You don't have any view.
That's got to be frustrating. I mean,
Very.
living on the beach and not being able to see it.
I can.
So I think that to move forward, I think just continue to study and consider some sort of architectural feature that better integrates it into the architecture and return for prelim and final full board.
Yeah, and maybe lightening it up a bit. There's a lot of elements there. I mean, there's two ways you could go here. You could lighten up the amount of material on it, or you could integrate the material. I think the material looks like it could start to integrate itself somehow, and I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
The board wants to get this. Sounds like the board wants to get this done for you guys. So just give it another go and see what you do.
Yeah. So
no, I appreciate the comments, and I completely understand. I know what we need to do.
Yeah. So I think further conceptual / preliminary.
Okay.
Full board when you come back.
Sounds good. Thank you all. We'll be back.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Great. Moving on, final item of the day, Park Central Properties, new Cabana, item number 12. Request of Amy Von Protz, agent for Park Central, for conceptual review and preliminary and final approval of a new pool cabana of approximately 129 square feet, consisting of a bathroom, dressing room, pool, storage, and a 876 square feet of covered open area located at 5840 Casitas Pass Road in Carpinteria. And we have a planner memo which states no planner comments. So we don't really have a planner memo, but do we have the applicant here? Please state your name for the record.
I'm Amy Von Protz for 5840 Casitas Pass Road.
All right. Hi, Amy. So whenever you're ready, I'll give you 10 minutes. Should be plenty for this.
Definitely. So this parcel is 27.50 acres, and about a year or so ago, they got permitted for the pool and they built the pool, and now their next progression is to add a cabana with a dressing room and a restaurant and a bathroom. So if you take a look at the site property or the site plan, you can see that it's down in the south, is in the south part of the property. And if you go down to the bottom right corner, you'll see the pool that's already been built, and you'll see looking from the primary residence. The first picture is looking from the primary residence down to the pool. So we would just like to, so if you go to A 2.0, we would like to, there's the floor plan, which is again, just a covered patio area, and with a bathroom, a dressing area, and then a outdoor shower on the back portion and pool storage equipment from there. The open ceiling with TNG, and the roof would be a standing seam metal roof. You want to go to the next page? There's the elevations with the kickers. We also would do like a box standing seam metal roof. Our metal roof would be the gray color or the brownish color. The cabana would be, or the actual bathrooms would be a horizontal hardy panel, and that would be the small color at the bottom. And then the posts and the ceiling would be the grayish white to the left. The light fixtures are shown on the floor plan where they would be located, and they would be dark sky compliant. This property doesn't really have any neighbors. Again, it's a big avocado orchard, and that's pretty much the gist of my project.
Oh, good. Thank you very much. Questions from the board?
No.
Questions? David, can you go to the site plan? I guess that was the first sheet, maybe, or second.
First.
You have a blow up of that area. I'm just wondering, like, what, because from the pictures, there's not, what's the plan for around the pool? Are you planning on doing a landscape plan for that area, or?
Not at this time. We haven't, not at this time, no.
Is there paving around the pool that's existing?
If you go back up or go down, I'm sorry, go down to the pictures.
Yeah, it looks like there's concrete or something.
Right. And then he's got some grass here, so there would be concrete between the two, between the pool and the cabana.
Okay.
Let me ask a question. Amy, the columns are wooden?
Yes.
And that's painted white?
Yeah, whitish gray, yes.
Yeah, and then what color is a standing seam roof?
That's that. So if you go down to the next page, at the bottom, sorry, the next page, one more. The standing seam roof would be the brown. It's called ash gray. These pictures aren't doing it. These aren't doing it justified, but it's called ash gray.
Okay.
Right. And what is the material of, the bathroom, like outside? Is that
outside? That's got horizontal hardy panels, and that's that greenish gray at the bottom.
Okay.
And that's very minimal to the whole project. It's just that one little portion at the one third end of the cabana.
And the gable ends are open?
Yes. And we have, if you go to the first page, we've done some 3D modeling of that top left corner of the first page. One more page up to the left.
okay? And so this is not visible from the street.
No, it's not. It's not anywhere close.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, I see no attendees, no one in the audience for public comment. So back to the board for our comments. Mr. Bertiak.
Well, I think it's fine.
It's okay, right? Be nice.
Okay. Mr. Richards,
Yeah, the design of the cabana seems appropriate and it's not visible. The photos of the pool make me think there could be some other enhancements to the space, but who am I to judge how they want to use their pools?
yeah, yes, and the pool fencing, is that to remain with the ugly chain link?
I believe so.
Okay, Mr. Bloomer, any comments? Okay. Well, yeah, I side with Robert. I mean, everything looks fine aside from the fact that it needs other improvements, but it's not visible from anywhere. So I think that'll be up to the property owner to beautify as they go. So we're here, concept, prelim, and final.
Make the motion for final approval as submitted.
Prelim and final.
I'll second.
Second. And those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries.
I didn't catch who made that motion in second.
Mr. Bloomer and Mr. Verdiak second. Okay, and this, so
Thank you
that,
very much.
thank you. So that is our last item and concludes the SBAR meeting of August 12th, 2022. And if someone wants to make a motion to adjourn, it would be entertained.
I'll make that motion. I'll second it.
All right. And all those in favor?
Sure.
Aye. And we're out. Thank you to Mr. Villalobos.
Job, Benny.